The fortress monastery of Badab Primaris rises from the oceanic world like a blade thrust toward the stars. Its spires catch the light of the system's dying sun, casting long shadows across waters that have witnessed 10,000 years of Astartes vigilance. From the highest observation deck, the view stretches endlessly across a planet that serves as the anchor point for an entire sector's defense. This is the domain of the Astral Claws, and it is beautiful in the way that all fortified things are beautiful. The beauty of purpose, the beauty of strength held in reserve, the beauty of warriors who stand between civilization and the abyss. The training cages echo with the clash of practice blades. Squads move through their forms with precision born of centuries of repetition, each movement flowing into the next with the inevitability of tide and season. The blue and white livery of the chapter gleams under the artificial suns of the fortress. Tiger claw emblems proud on pauldrons that have turned aside demon claws and Xeno's talons alike. In the librarium, brothers pore over tactical treatises and campaign logs, learning from battles fought before their gene fathers were even born. In the apothecarian, gene seed chambers hum with the sacred work of preserving the chapter's future. Everything functions as it should. Everything serves the greater purpose. The Astral Claws stand as the Maelstrom wardens, guardians of the Badab sector against the horrors that spawn from that wound, in reality known as the Maelstrom. It is a posting that demands constant vigilance, unending sacrifice, and the willingness to face threats that would break lesser warriors. Chapter Master Lugft Huron moves through the fortress with purpose that radiates from him like heat from a forge. Brothers straighten as he passes, not from fear but from respect earned through 100 campaigns. His presence carries weight. The authority of a leader who has never asked his warriors to face dangers he would not confront himself. The augmetic eye that replaced his natural one in a battle against Eldar raiders tracks everything with cold precision, missing no detail, no inefficiency, no potential weakness in the fortress defenses. The chapter master's chambers overlook the primary training grounds, a vantage point from which he can observe his warriors at their endless preparations. Maps cover the walls, not the clean strategic displays of a fortress command center, but working documents marked with notes and calculations, constantly updated as new intelligence flows in from patrol fleets. The Badab sector spreads across these maps like a wound requiring constant cauterization. 17 primary worlds, dozens of mining operations, forge facilities, and agricultural stations, all defended by a single chapter and whatever auxiliary forces can be mustered from local populations. The mathematics are brutal. Even transhuman warriors have limits, and the Astral Claws have been testing those limits for decades. Every battle brother represents years of training and genetic engineering, irreplaceable in any meaningful time frame. Yet the threats never cease. Orc warbands probe the sector's edges, testing defenses, seeking weakness. Eldar raid commerce vessels with infuriating precision, vanishing back into the webway before retaliatory strikes can be organized. Chaos renegades use the Maelstrom as a launching point for raids that cost civilian lives and infrastructure with each incursion. Huron's fingers trace routes on the strategic display, calculating response times and resource allocations with the mind that has made him a legend among his brothers. He sees patterns others miss, anticipates threats before they fully manifest, understands the ebb and flow of sector defense in ways that seem almost prescient. This gift has saved countless lives. It has also isolated him. The burden of command carries weight that only grows heavier with success, and Huron has been successful beyond measure. In the chapter's Hall of Remembrance, the names of fallen brothers stretch back through centuries. Each inscription represents a Gene son who gave everything in defense of the sector. The newest additions are barely a week old, brothers who fell holding the line against a chaos warband that emerged screaming from warp-tainted void space. Their sacrifice bought time for evacuation ships to escape a mining colony, saving 17,000 souls. The chapters serve scribes' work through the night to properly inscribe the honors, ensuring these warriors will be remembered for as long as the Astral Claws endure. The armory contains weapons and war plate maintained to perfection, each piece a relic with its own history. Power swords that have tasted the blood of alien lords, bolt pistols whose machine spirits have learned the art of war through centuries of faithful service, suits of armor that have witnessed the fall of empires and the birth of new threats. Tech priests from the chapter's forge tend these sacred instruments with devotion that borders on reverence, each cleaning and blessing a ritual performed exactly as it has been for millennia. Training never stops. Even battle brothers with centuries of experience continue their martial refinement, pushing their already formidable skills to new heights. The practice cages run with blood and sweat as warriors test themselves against one another, seeking that edge that might mean the difference between victory and defeat when the real battle comes. Chaplain Mordaunt oversees these sessions with stern approval, his words driving brothers to exceed their own expectations, to find strength they did not know they possessed. The gene seed chambers represent the chapter's most sacred trust. Each capsule contains the biological legacy that allows the Astral Claws to continue, the genetic material harvested from fallen brothers that will eventually create new warriors to carry on the endless vigil. Apothecaries tend these chambers with reverence that transcends mere duty, understanding that they hold the future of the chapter in their augmetic hands. The loss of gene seed is a tragedy that echoes through generations, each failed harvest a wound that never truly heals. Yet something is changing. The fortress's daily rhythms continue unchanged, but beneath the surface, currents are shifting. It begins with small things. Requisition requests that take longer to fulfill than expected. Supply ships that arrive late or not at all. Communications from sector command that carry undertones of suspicion rather than the customary acknowledgement of service rendered. These are subtle shifts, easily dismissed as bureaucratic inefficiency or the simple chaos of governing an empire spanning millions of worlds. Huron notices. His augmetic eye tracks patterns in logistics reports, seeing efficiency curves that should not exist, delays that follow predictable patterns rather than random distribution. In strategy sessions with his command staff, he raises questions about resource allocation, about why a chapter bearing such a crucial defensive burden receives such marginal support. His captains offer reassurances, attributing the issues to the administratum's legendary inefficiency, to the difficulties of coordinating supply chains across such vast distances. But the chapter master's mind refuses to accept easy answers. He sees the Badab sector as a system, a complex machine where every component must function in harmony for the whole to survive. When components begin to fail, when the machine starts showing signs of stress, A wise commander investigates before catastrophic breakdown occurs. Huron begins keeping personal logs, documenting every anomaly, every unexplained delay, every communication that seems to carry meanings beyond its surface content. The observation deck becomes his refuge during periods between campaigns. Standing before the armored viewports, Huron watches patrol vessels moving through their assigned routes, notes the careful choreography of a chapter, maintaining vigilance over an entire sector. Each ship represents warriors who trust his leadership, who believe in the mission they have been given. The weight of that trust settles across his shoulders like armor, familiar but never comfortable. A chapter. Master must be worthy of his warriors, must make decisions that honor their sacrifice. Night falls across Badab Primaris. Though in a fortress that never sleeps, the transition is marked only by shift changes and the cycling of artificial lighting. In the depths of the fortress, menial workers continue their endless labors, maintaining the infrastructure that keeps thousands of warriors combat ready. In the medici bays, injured brothers undergo treatments that would kill unaugmented humans, their enhanced physiology responding to care that borders on the miraculous. In the fleet berths high above, tech-adept service vessels that will launch at a moment's notice. When the next crisis emerges, everything functions as it should. Everything serves the greater purpose. But in the private chambers of the chapter master, where maps cover walls and data slates pile high with reports, Lugft Huron stares at patterns that disturb him in ways he cannot quite articulate. The Imperium is vast beyond comprehension, and distance breeds independence. The Badab sector has been defending itself for so long that its self-sufficiency has become second nature. What happens when that independence begins to look like defiance to administrators who measure loyalty in tithes and taxes rather than blood spilled in the Emperor's name? The question lingers unanswered as the chapter master finally turns away from his maps, seeking the brief rest that even transhuman warriors require. Tomorrow will bring new threats, new demands, new opportunities to prove the Astral Claws' worth through service. But the questions remain. Seeds planted in fertile ground, waiting for circumstances to make them grow into something that cannot be ignored. The fortress stands vigilant through the night, its walls proof against any assault, its warriors ready to deploy at a moment's notice. The tiger's claws are sharp, its purpose clear. But even the mightiest predator can find itself trapped when the ground beneath its paws begins to shift. The Maelstrom churns in the void like a wound that refuses to heal. From the observation deck of a patrol vessel cutting through the system's outer reaches, the warp storm presents itself as a nightmare rendered in colors that have no names in human languages. Purples that hurt to perceive, greens that suggest corruption in their very wavelengths, reds that speak of violence and rage made manifest. This is the reality that the Astral Claws face every day of their service, the constant reminder that the universe contains horrors beyond mortal comprehension. The patrol route takes days to complete, carrying battle brothers through void space where reality grows thin. Geller fields flicker with the strain of maintaining stable existence so close to the Maelstrom's influence. Navigators report troubled warp currents, streams of madness flowing from that cosmic wound toward the materium with malevolent purpose. Ship crews work triple shifts to keep systems functioning, knowing that even minor failures could doom them all to fates worse than simple death. Contact with a merchant convoy reveals the human cost of the Maelstrom's proximity. 3 transport vessels limp toward port, their hulls scarred by weapons that should not exist in real space. Their crews traumatized by encounters with things that wore human faces, but moved with inhuman purpose. Chaos cultists from a Maelstrom-spawned warband had attempted to seize the convoy, seeking supplies and slaves for dark purposes. Only the timely intervention of an Astral Claws strike force prevented total catastrophe. But 23 merchant sailors died in the fighting, and twice that number bear wounds that will never fully heal. The rescued convoy captain's report contains details that chill even transhuman warriors. The cultists had spoken of promises made by entities that dwelt in the storm, of power granted to those willing to abandon their humanity. Some among the merchant crew had listened, their minds already compromised by subtle corruption that takes root before its presence is even noticed. These corrupted individuals had tried to sabotage the ships from within, nearly succeeding before the Astartes boarding parties identified and eliminated the threat. This is the reality of guarding the Maelstrom. The threat comes not just from external assault, but from internal corruption, from the insidious whispers that exploit fear and desperation. Every world in the Badab sector requires constant monitoring. Every population needs screening for signs of taint. The Astral Claws maintain chapels of observation on 17 worlds, each staffed by chaplains and support personnel who watch for the subtle signs of chaos influence. The resource drain is relentless. A single chapter of approximately 1,000 battle brothers must provide garrison forces, rapid response teams, fleet patrols, and strategic reserves. The mathematics would be impossible if not for extensive use of chapter serfs, human auxiliaries trained to standards that would qualify them as elite soldiers in conventional Imperial Guard regiments. These dedicated servants wear the chapter's colors with pride, knowing they serve a purpose greater than their individual lives. Yet even with auxiliary forces multiplying the chapter's effective strength, gaps in coverage persist. Response times to outer sector worlds stretch to days or weeks rather than hours. Garrison rotations leave some positions undermanned, relying on quality of defenders to compensate for lack of quantity. The Astral Claws have become masters of force multiplication, using strategic positioning and superior mobility to be present where needed most. But the strain shows in ways both subtle and obvious. Battle brothers spend more time in the field than in the fortress, deployment cycles compressing as threats multiply. The traditional period of rest and recuperation between campaigns shortens, then shortens again, until warriors are going from one battle zone directly to another with only brief transit time for equipment maintenance and wound treatment. Apothecaries report increased stress markers in gene seed monitoring, physical indicators that even enhanced Astartes physiology has limits. The command staff wrestles with impossible decisions. Every request for assistance represents lives at stake, yet the chapter's finite resources mean that not every cry for help can be answered. Captain Corian oversees strategic triage, evaluating threat assessments and potential casualties, determining which worlds receive protection and which must rely on local PDF forces against threats they cannot hope to defeat. These decisions weigh heavily on warriors sworn to defend humanity. The knowledge that each choice to respond to one crisis necessarily means abandoning another. The fleet suffers from constant operations, without adequate maintenance periods. Strike cruisers that should spend months in dock for overhaul instead receive hasty field repairs before deploying again to the next crisis. Tech priests work miracles keeping vessels operational, but even they admit that maintenance debt accumulates like compound interest, promising catastrophic failures if the operational tempo does not decrease. Yet the tempo cannot decrease because the threats never pause, never grant respite for proper maintenance cycles. Recruitment becomes another pressure point. The chapter maintains its strength through carefully managed selection from the sector's population, identifying young candidates with the physical and psychological qualities necessary for successful transformation into Astartes. The gene seed implantation process takes years to complete, and not every aspirant survives the ordeal. Maintaining chapter strength requires a steady pipeline of new candidates, but the constant deployment tempo leaves little time for proper training and integration. The training cadre works extended hours, pushing candidates through accelerated programs that maintain quality while compressing timelines. Young initiates who should spend years mastering the fundamentals instead find themselves pressed into service with minimal preparation, learning the arts of war in actual combat rather than controlled training environments. Some rise to the challenge magnificently, their combat instincts compensating for lack of formal instruction. Others fall, their promise wasted because circumstances demanded their deployment before they were truly ready. Through all these mounting pressures, one constant remains. The Astral Claws continue to function with exemplary professionalism. Battle reports show consistent success rates against varied threats. No world under their protection has fallen to enemy action. The sector remains secured against incursions that would otherwise ravage undefended populations. By every objective measure, the chapter performs its assigned duties with distinction. Yet Huron sees what others miss. The chapter operates at unsustainable intensity, burning resources faster than they can be replenished, working warriors to the edge of their endurance and beyond. Success masks the underlying instability, the fragile balance that could collapse with a single major setback. The chapter master brings these concerns to sector command, submitting detailed reports that document the resource strain, the unsustainable operational tempo, the mounting maintenance debt across both fleet and personnel. The responses are bureaucratic masterpieces of non-commitment. Administrators acknowledge the issues, praise the chapter's dedication, promise to expedite supply requests through appropriate channels. Nothing changes. Supply ships continue arriving with less than requested amounts. Reinforcement requests go unfulfilled. Requisitions for additional vessels to expand patrol capacity disappear into administrative black holes, never quite denied, but never approved either. Frustration builds in the chapter's command staff. These are warriors accustomed to solving problems through direct action, to facing threats that can be defeated through strength and skill. The Byzantine complexity of Imperial bureaucracy offers no such clarity. No enemy to strike, only endless forms and waiting periods and jurisdictional disputes between departments that each insist they lack authority to provide what is needed. Huron begins to understand that the Astral Claws are caught in a system that views them not as essential defenders, but as another resource to be managed, squeezed for maximum output while receiving minimal support. The chapter's effectiveness becomes a liability in this calculation, proof that they can accomplish more with less, justification for reducing rather than increasing their allocation. Success punishes them, creating expectations that cannot be met without breaking something fundamental. The chapter master's personal logs grow darker in tone, documenting not just resource shortfalls, but the philosophical problem they represent. The Imperium demands absolute loyalty while providing insufficient support for those who serve most faithfully. Warriors are expected to sacrifice everything without question, but when they request the tools necessary for success, they are told to make do with less. This is not the compact Huron understood when he took his oaths, not the Imperium worth dying for. Yet, even as frustration grows, the duty remains clear. The Badab sector requires defense, and the Astral Claws provide that defense regardless of bureaucratic failures. Patrol routes continue their endless cycles. Garrison rotations maintain coverage across 17 worlds. Strike forces deploy to crisis points with practiced efficiency. The tiger's claws remain sharp, even as the burdens on its shoulders grow heavier with each passing year. In the fortress monastery's chapel of remembrance, new names are added with disturbing frequency. Brothers who fall in combat against orcs, who should have been detected earlier if patrol coverage were adequate. Warriors who die from equipment failures that would not have occurred with proper maintenance cycles. Gene sons lost because garrison forces were stretched too thin to provide adequate support. Each inscription represents a cost paid in irreplaceable blood, a debt that can never be repaid. The sector's civilian population remains largely ignorant of how close they stand to disaster. Merchant convoys continue their trade routes, farmers harvest their crops, forge workers produce their quotas. They see Astral Claws warriors as distant demigods who exist to protect them, never understanding the calculations that determine whether their world receives protection or is deemed expendable in larger strategic considerations. This ignorance is perhaps a mercy, sparing them the knowledge of their own vulnerability. Huron stands once more on the observation deck, watching a patrol vessel depart for the outer system, wondering how many more deployments it can sustain before some critical system fails at the worst possible moment. The chapter master's augmetic eye tracks the vessel's departure, calculating failure probabilities, maintenance schedules, crew fatigue factors. The numbers do not provide comfort, they never do anymore. The Maelstrom churns in the distance, indifferent to human concerns, eternal in its malevolence. It will be there long after every warrior currently serving has returned to the gene seed vaults, long after the Imperium itself has crumbled to dust if the predictions of the most pessimistic prognosticators prove accurate. This is the enemy that the Astral Claws face, an enemy that cannot be defeated, only contained, guarded against, prevented from spreading its corruption further into real space. And the Imperium expects them to do this with insufficient resources, inadequate support, and gratitude measured in requisition delays and bureaucratic indifference. The injustice of it gnaws at Huron in moments of quiet reflection. The sense that warriors performing essential service deserve better than to be treated as expendable assets in some administrative calculation. But duty remains duty, regardless of support or recognition. The Astral Claws continue their vigil, continue their sacrifice, continue bleeding to hold the line. Because if they do not, who will? The answer to that question is clear. Nobody. The sector would fall, the maelstrom would spread, millions would die screaming. This knowledge provides its own motivation, a purpose that transcends personal grievances or institutional failures. The burden of the wardens grows heavier with each passing year, but they continue to carry it. Because this is what Astartes do. This is the purpose for which they were created. This is the oath they swore, knowing full well what it would cost. The Auditor's shuttle descends through Badab Primaris's atmosphere with bureaucratic inevitability. Its hull bears the seal of the Administratum, that vast organization whose tentacles reach into every corner of Imperial space, tracking resources and demanding accounting with mechanical precision. The shuttle's arrival has been expected for months, delayed by warp currents and jurisdictional debates, but finally present to conduct the review that cannot be postponed further. Huron receives the auditors with calculated courtesy. The fortress monastery's great hall has been prepared for their arrival. Banners hung precisely, honor guards positioned according to protocol, dating back millennia. The chapter master understands the theater of imperial governance, knows the proper forms must be observed, even when the substance beneath those forms has rotted away. He stands in full armor, the tiger claw emblem on his shoulder, catching light from overhead luminators, presenting the image of an exemplary chapter master meeting his administrative obligations. The lead auditor introduces himself as Archfiscal Talmac, a thin man whose augmetic enhancements suggest decades of service within the Administratum's labyrinthine hierarchy. His eyes carry the particular deadness that comes from reducing human lives to numbers on ledgers, from calculating suffering in terms of resource allocation and efficiency metrics. He speaks in the stilted formal language of official business, each word chosen for precise legal meaning rather than clear communication. The initial inspections proceed without obvious tension. Auditors tour the fortress's supply vaults, counting stores and comparing actual quantities against reported figures. They examine maintenance logs, verifying that chapter assets receive appropriate care. They interview serfs and support personnel, seeking discrepancies between official records and lived reality. The Astral Claws have nothing to hide in these matters. Their logistics maintain to standards that would satisfy even the most suspicious investigator. But the tithe discussion reveals the true purpose of this visit. Talmac presents documents bearing imperial seals, requisition orders that demand significant increases in the resources the chapter must provide to the wider Imperium. The Badab sector's productivity has increased in recent decades, and the Administratum has noticed. New mining operations yield valuable ores, agricultural improvements produce surplus food, forge facilities manufacture equipment beyond local needs. All of this represents potential revenue for an Imperium that devours resources as a furnace devours fuel. The increased tithe demands are staggering in their scope. Resources currently allocated to defensive improvements must instead be shipped off-world to support distant campaigns. Equipment manufactured for sector defense will be requisitioned for use by Imperial Guard regiments, fighting in wars that have nothing to do with the Maelstrom threat. Agricultural surpluses that provide buffer against bad harvests will be collected and redistributed to hive worlds whose populations cannot feed themselves. Huron listens to these demands with growing disbelief. The auditor speaks as if the Badab sector exists in a vacuum, as if its increased productivity occurred spontaneously. rather than through deliberate effort to support defensive operations. Every mine producing valuable ores required Astartes' intervention to clear Xenos infestations. Every agricultural improvement came through importing expertise and equipment that the chapter secured through its own efforts. Every forge facility manufacturing surplus equipment does so because the Astral Claws organized and protected the necessary infrastructure. The chapter master attempts reasonable discourse. He presents detailed analysis showing how the proposed tithe increases would undermine sector defense, stripping away resources necessary to maintain current operational capacity. He provides casualty projections, demonstrating mathematically how reduced defensive capability translates to increased civilian deaths. He appeals to the logic that should govern any rational system, the understanding that protecting the sector that produces these valuable resources should take priority over extracting every possible benefit in the short term. Talmac receives these arguments with the expression of a man listening to irrelevant noise. The Administratum's decisions are not subject to debate with local commanders, regardless of their rank or the validity of their concerns. Policy is set at levels far above a mere archfiscal's authority, handed down through chains of command so long that the officials making final decisions likely could not locate the Badab sector on a star chart without assistance. His role is not to consider strategic implications, but to collect what is owed, document any shortfalls, and report back to superiors who will determine appropriate responses to non-compliance. The negotiations, if such a generous term can be applied to what amounts to Huron making increasingly desperate arguments against a wall of bureaucratic indifference, stretch across multiple days. The chapter master brings in his command staff, hoping that presenting a unified front might carry weight. Captain Corian provides detailed logistics analysis. Chief Librarian Valthex offers strategic assessments of warp storm activity and projected threat increases. Master of the Forge Arminius demonstrates how equipment requisitions would leave defensive positions critically vulnerable. Each presentation is acknowledged, noted for the official record, and ultimately dismissed as irrelevant to the fundamental requirement. The Administratum has determined the tithe increase, and the Badab sector will comply or face consequences for dereliction of duty to the Imperium. The circularity of this logic is maddening. The sector exists to serve the Imperium, but serving the Imperium requires resources to maintain defenses, yet those resources will be taken to serve other parts of the Imperium, weakening the sector's ability to serve. There is no resolution to this contradiction within the Administratum's framework because the framework itself is broken. Huron begins to see the true dimensions of the trap. The Imperium's bureaucracy has grown so vast and complex that it no longer serves its original purpose. Instead of facilitating efficient resource distribution, it has become a system for extracting maximum value from productive regions, regardless of long-term consequences. Administrators advance in their careers by meeting quotas and increasing collections, not by ensuring the health of the territories they oversee. This creates perverse incentives, rewarding short-term extraction over sustainable management. The implications are profound. The Badab sector can comply with the increased tithes and watch defensive capabilities deteriorate to the point of potential collapse. Or it can refuse and face Imperial sanctions that would be equally devastating. There is no third option where reason prevails, where strategic necessity trumps bureaucratic diktat. where those actually fighting the wars have meaningful input into resource allocation decisions. In private consultation with his command staff, Huron voices questions that edge toward heresy. What loyalty is owed to an imperium that treats its most faithful servants as resources to be exploited? What duty do Astartes have to administrators whose decisions will result in preventable deaths? What happens when following orders means abandoning the people sworn to protect? These questions hang in the air like smoke, acknowledged but not answered, because there are no good answers, only increasingly bad options. The auditors conclude their inspection with formal pronouncements about compliance expectations and reporting deadlines. They depart aboard their shuttle, leaving behind documents that seal the sector's fate, unless someone finds courage to challenge decisions made by distant bureaucrats who will never face the consequences of their policies. Huron watches the shuttle ascend toward orbit, feeling something shift inside his chest, some foundational assumption about the Imperium's nature cracking under accumulated weight. The fortress monastery returns to its normal rhythms, but the atmosphere has changed in subtle ways. Warriors sense their chapter master's brooding anger, though none can quite identify its source. Training continues with the same intensity, but discussions in the combat cages turn to questions about the Imperium's governance, about whether the institution they serve has grown corrupt beyond redemption. These are dangerous thoughts for Astartes trained since youth to unquestioning loyalty. Thoughts that once voiced cannot be entirely suppressed. Huron spends long hours in his private chambers, reviewing the tithe documents, searching for loopholes or alternative interpretations that might provide room for maneuver. The legal language is precise, crafted by specialists whose entire existence revolves around eliminating ambiguity that could be exploited. There are no loopholes. There is only the stark choice between compliance and defiance, between following orders that will harm those under the chapter's protection, or refusing those orders and accepting whatever consequences follow. The chapter master makes his decision in solitude, knowing it will change everything, understanding that once this path is chosen, there may be no turning back. But the alternative is worse. The alternative is watching the Badab sector deteriorate while he explains to the dead that he was just following orders. And Lugft Huron did not become chapter master by avoiding difficult decisions or placing personal safety above duty. The written response to the administratum is a masterpiece of controlled defiance. Huron acknowledges receipt of the tithe increased documentation, confirms understanding of the requirements, and then formally requests a 1-year deferral to allow for gradual implementation that will not create immediate operational crises. The request is reasonable, professionally worded, and accompanied by extensive supporting documentation. It is also a line drawn in the void, a declaration that the Badab sector will not be bled dry without at least attempting to resist. As the response is transmitted toward distant terror, Huron understands he has set events in motion that cannot be recalled. The auditors will report non-compliance. Their superiors will escalate the matter, and eventually someone with actual authority will need to decide how to respond to a Space Marine chapter that has, technically speaking, just refused a lawful order. The consequences are uncertain, but one thing is clear. Nothing will be the same. The tiger has shown its claws. Now the Imperium will decide whether to back down or strike back. The response from the administratum arrives 3 months later, delivered not by a humble courier, but by a full diplomatic delegation whose presence itself constitutes a message. This is no longer a simple matter of tithe collection, but has escalated to a question of authority and compliance that threatens to become an incident, if not resolved, to the satisfaction of imperial bureaucracy. The delegation's leader is a high administrator whose rank grants him authority to speak for the entire apparatus of Terran governance in matters of sector compliance. Huron receives them with the same formal courtesy extended to the auditors, but the atmosphere in the fortress monastery has shifted perceptibly. Guards stand at heightened alert, their bolters held ready rather than ceremonially displayed. Chapter serfs move with heightened tension, aware that something significant is occurring even if they do not fully understand the stakes. The Great Hall hosts the meeting, but this time there are no banners hung, no honor guards arranged for diplomatic theater. This is a confrontation, not a reception, and both sides understand the difference. The High Administrator's opening statement makes the Imperium's position abundantly clear. The tithe increase is not subject to negotiation, deferral, or modification based on local circumstances. It represents the will of terror, determined through proper channels and handed down through legitimate authority. Refusal to comply constitutes insubordination at best and potential sedition at worst. The Badab sector will meet its obligations or face sanctions that include everything from suspension of supply shipments to potential investigation by the Inquisition. Huron's response reveals a transformation in his thinking, a shift from loyal servant seeking accommodation to commander defending his warriors and the people under their protection. He speaks not of requests, but of realities, not of negotiations, but of non-negotiable requirements for maintaining sector defense. The increased tithes will, with mathematical certainty, result in degraded defensive capacity. This degradation will lead to increased incursions, higher civilian casualties, and eventual collapse of the defensive perimeter that has held for centuries. The High Administrator dismisses these projections with bureaucratic efficiency. Local commanders consistently overstate resource requirements and underestimate their capacity to accomplish more with less. The Administratum's analysts have reviewed the sector's defensive arrangements and determined that current tithe demands remain within acceptable parameters for continued operations. If the Astral Claws lack confidence in their ability to defend the sector under these conditions, perhaps alternative arrangements should be considered. The implied threat is clear: comply or be replaced. The Imperium contains many Space Marine chapters, and if the Astral Claws cannot perform their assigned duties within allocated resources, then another chapter can be assigned the Maelstrom Warden role. This is nonsense on its face, as moving an entire chapter and reorganizing sector defenses would take decades and cost far more than the disputed tithe increase could possibly yield. But the threat serves its purpose in establishing the power dynamic the Administratum expects. Huron's command staff witnesses their chapter master's transformation in these moments. The reasonable warrior seeking compromise disappears, replaced by something harder and colder. When he speaks again, his voice carries new edge, the tone of a predator recognizing it is being threatened by prey. The Administratum may send whichever chapter it wishes to assume the Maelstrom Warden role. The Astral Claws will be pleased to provide comprehensive briefings on sector defense requirements before departing to seek service elsewhere. But until such replacement occurs, This chapter will continue defending the sector, using whatever resources it deems necessary, without reference to bureaucratic determinations made by analysts who have never faced combat. The statement constitutes open defiance, a Space Marine chapter master asserting his authority over that of Imperial administrators in matters of military necessity. The High Administrator's response is predictable. Formal notification that the Badab sector is now in a state of non-compliance, subject to escalating sanctions until proper respect for Imperial authority is demonstrated. The delegation departs with threats hanging in the air like smoke, promising investigations and consequences that will make the current dispute seem trivial. In the aftermath of this confrontation, Huron consults with his senior officers in a war council that stretches through the night. Captain Corian argues for finding middle ground, for making some concession that will allow both sides to claim victory and avoid further escalation. Chief Librarian Valthex warns of potential warp-side ramifications, forces that might exploit any split between the chapter and the wider Imperium. Master of the Forge. Arminius focuses on practical considerations, calculating exactly how long the chapter can maintain current operations if supply shipments are suspended as threatened. Chaplain Mordant offers different perspective, one grounded in the chapter's spiritual foundations. The Astral Claws swore oaths to defend the Imperium, not to enable its bureaucracy's self-destructive policies. When following orders means abandoning duty, then duty must take precedence over orders. This is not rebellion, but faithfulness to the deeper purpose that justified the chapter's creation. An Astartes who allows innocent deaths to occur because a distant administrator issued a foolish directive is not loyal, but merely obedient. And there is vast difference between those concepts. The chaplain's words resonate with Huron in ways that conventional, strategic arguments do not. The chapter master has been trained since youth to analyze battles in terms of objectives and resource management. But this situation transcends such mechanical calculation. At stake is not just the defense of 17 worlds, but the principle that guides that defense, the belief that Astartes exist to protect humanity rather than to feed the Imperium's insatiable appetite for resources. Yet principle alone does not provide solutions to practical problems. If the administratum follows through on threatened sanctions, the chapter will face resource shortages that no amount of resolve can overcome. Bolt shells do not materialize through force of will. Vessels do not repair themselves through righteous conviction. And even the most dedicated warriors eventually exhaust their supplies. Defiance requires more than courage. It requires resources, and those resources must come from somewhere. The solution, when Huron finally articulates it, represents a fundamental shift in the chapter's relationship with both the sector and the wider Imperium. The Badab sector produces more than enough resources to support its own defense, resources currently being extracted by the administratum for use elsewhere. If those resources were retained within the sector, rather than shipped to distant war zones, the defensive infrastructure could be dramatically improved, patrol coverage expanded, maintenance backlogs eliminated. The chapter would not just maintain current capabilities, but enhance them, transforming the sector into a fortress that could withstand any threat the Maelstrom might spawn. This requires asserting control over sector resources, directing production and distribution according to military necessity, rather than bureaucratic diktat. The 17 worlds would continue serving the Imperium, but through enhanced security rather than through ties that weaken the defenses protecting them. It is a rational policy that serves the Emperor's interests far better than the Administratum's extraction-focused approach. It is also, by any reasonable interpretation, a form of rebellion, an assertion that local military authority supersedes central bureaucratic control. The command staff receives this proposal with mixed reactions. Some see the logic immediately, recognizing that the Imperium's own policies have created a situation where protecting humanity requires defying the institutions supposedly governing in humanity's name. Others see only disaster, envisioning the full weight of Imperial power turning against a single chapter that has dared to question established authority. The debate stretches across multiple sessions, each officer grappling with the contradiction between their training in obedience and their understanding of what the situation requires. Huron allows the debate to run its course, understanding that this decision must be made collectively rather than imposed through hierarchical authority. A chapter going into potential conflict with the wider Imperium cannot afford internal division, cannot risk having officers who comply out of obedience rather than conviction. Each captain, each chaplain, each senior officer must personally commit to the path being chosen, understanding its implications and accepting responsibility for whatever consequences follow. The vote, when it finally occurs, is not unanimous but shows clear majority support for Huron's proposal. The Astral Claws will assert control over Badab sector resources, will direct production according to military necessity, will refuse tied demands that undermine defensive capacity. This decision will be communicated formally to the Administratum, with full documentation of the strategic reasoning behind it. If Imperial authorities wish to dispute this decision, they are welcome to present their case. But until proven wrong through reasoned debate rather than bureaucratic threats, the chapter will proceed according to its own judgment. The formal declaration is crafted with care, citing precedents from the Great Crusade when Space Marine legions exercised broad autonomy in securing and administering the territories they conquered. It references the Codex Astartes provisions allowing chapter masters discretion in matters of immediate military necessity. It appeals to the fundamental purpose of Astartes' existence, the protection of humanity against existential threats. The document is a legal and rhetorical masterpiece, building an argument that defiance is actually faithfulness to deeper loyalties. As the declaration is transmitted toward distant terror, the fortress monastery settles into new reality. The Astral Claws have crossed a threshold from which there may be no return, have asserted an autonomy that challenges the Imperium's fundamental organizational principles. The warriors understand, with varying degrees of clarity, that they are no longer simply serving the Imperium, but have become something more ambiguous, defenders of a particular interpretation of the Imperium's purpose against the Imperium's own institutions. Huron watches the declaration's transmission from his observation deck, his augmetic eye tracking the communications array as it sends the message toward receptors that will carry it through the warp to Terra. The die is cast, the course set. Pride and principle have combined to produce defiance, justified through logic that seems unassailable in this moment, but may look very different in hindsight if everything goes wrong. The chapter master wonders in brief moment of honest self-reflection, whether he has made the right choice or has instead let wounded pride masquerade as principle stand. The answer is unclear, lost in the complexity of motivations that mix legitimate grievances with personal affronts, strategic necessity with commander's ego. But the decision is made, and dwelling on uncertainty serves no purpose. The tiger has not just shown its claws, but has extended them in challenge to powers that command the resources of 1,000,000 worlds. In the coming months, the Imperium will decide how to respond, and the Badab sector will discover whether principle can prevail against institutional inertia, whether a single chapter's defiance can force reform or will simply be crushed as an example to others who might consider similar resistance. The fortress stands ready for whatever comes next, its walls strong, its warriors resolved, its purpose clear even as the path ahead disappears into darkness thick enough to drown hope. The patrol vessel emerges from warp transit to find an Imperial Navy frigate waiting in the system's outer reaches. The frigate's auger arrays lock onto the Astral Claws strike cruiser immediately, its weapons systems powering up with obvious hostile intent. This is not the normal encounter between two Imperial vessels, the customary exchange of identification codes and current orders. This is a warship preparing to engage what it has been told to treat as an enemy. The strike cruiser's captain, a veteran of 2 centuries whose name will be inscribed in the chapter's rolls of honor before the year ends, attempts standard communication protocols. His hails go unanswered except for a terse transmission ordering the Astral Claws vessel to power down its weapons and prepare for boarding by Imperial authorities. The tone carries no room for negotiation, no acknowledgement that Space Marine vessels operate under different authority than conventional Navy ships. This is a demand for submission backed by the implicit threat of violence. Captain Aaron understands immediately that the situation has escalated beyond diplomatic posturing. The Administratum's threats were not empty gestures, but preludes to actual enforcement action. This Navy frigate represents the Imperium's response to the chapter's defiance, an armed vessel sent to compel compliance through force if necessary. The absurdity of this situation would be laughable if it were not so tragic. Imperial forces preparing to fire upon Imperial forces while real enemies gather in the darkness beyond. Aaron contacts the Fortress Monastery, transmitting a situation report that includes tactical data on the Navy frigate's positioning and apparent intentions. Huron's response comes back within minutes, crystal clear in its directives. The Astral Claws will not submit to unlawful boarding or seizure. The strike cruiser will return to Badab Primaris, using whatever force is necessary to break contact with hostile vessels. If Imperial Navy ships wish to fire upon Space Marines performing their sworn duty, then the consequences rest upon those who give such orders. The frigate's captain receives the Astral Claws' refusal to comply with obvious shock. His subsequent communications reveal a man who expected immediate obedience, who cannot quite process the reality that a Space Marine chapter is defying what he considers legitimate Imperial authority. His threats escalate from detention to lethal force, from boarding actions to outright destruction, if the strike cruiser does not immediately heave to and accept Navy custody. Captain Aaron makes his decision with the certainty of a warrior who has faced far more dangerous enemies than a single frigate. The strike cruiser's engines burn to full power, its void shields reinforcing against incoming fire. The vessel moves not to engage, but to disengage, seeking to put distance between itself and the Navy ship before weapons range is achieved. It is a tactical withdrawal, not an attack, the minimum force necessary to accomplish the mission. Objective: the frigate fires. Lance strikes reach across the void, energy beams designed to cripple ships and kill crews by the thousands. The Astral Claws' void shields absorb the first volley, ancient technologies holding firm against weapons designed to overwhelm lesser defenses. The strike cruiser's return fire is measured, precise, targeting the frigate's engine assemblies rather than critical systems. This is not an attempt to destroy, but to disable, to prevent pursuit without unnecessary casualties. But the frigate's captain, perhaps driven by orders that leave no room for discretion, perhaps by personal outrage at being defied, continues his attack with escalating intensity. His weapons batteries pour fire into the strike cruiser, pounding against shields that begin to flicker under sustained assault. Damage reports flow to Captain Aaron's command throne. Listing systems stress beyond design parameters, armor breaches in non-critical sections, casualties among the mortal crew whose fragile bodies cannot withstand the violence of void combat. The strike cruiser's return fire intensifies out of grim necessity. What began as warning shots transitioned to focused assault, targeting not just engines but weapons emplacements, seeking to neutralize the frigate's offensive capacity before the Astral Claws vessel suffers catastrophic damage. The ancient Astartes warship carries firepower that dwarfs the frigate's armament, technologies preserved from the Great Crusade when humanity's warships were built to conquer galaxies rather than simply patrol them. The frigate breaks apart under sustained fire from weapons that were old when the Imperium was young. Its plasma reactors breach containment, releasing energy that tears through internal bulkheads and vaporizes crew compartments. Secondary explosions cascade through the vessel structure, ripping apart a ship that moments before represented Imperial authority and naval might. Escape pods launch in desperate profusion, crew members abandoning their dying vessel, seeking survival in the cold void. Captain Aaron orders recovery operations immediately, sending boarding parties to collect survivors from the frigate's wreckage. This is not an enemy to be destroyed, but fellow Imperial servants who followed orders that led them into catastrophe. The rescued Navy personnel are treated with all courtesy due to warriors who served their understood duty, provided medical care, and quarters appropriate to their ranks. They are also necessarily detained, kept separate from the strike cruiser's crew to prevent any complications during the return voyage to Badab Primaris. The engagement lasts less than 30 minutes from first contact to final survivor recovery. In that brief span, everything changes. The Astral Claws have gone from a chapter in administrative dispute with the Administratum to a chapter that has destroyed an Imperial Navy vessel. The distinction matters legally, politically, and spiritually. Defying bureaucrats is one thing. Killing Imperial servicemen is something else entirely. A line that once crossed transforms theoretical conflict into actual bloodshed. Huron receives Captain Aaron's full report in the Fortress Monastery's command center, surrounded by officers whose expressions reveal their understanding of what this means. The chapter master reviews tactical recordings of the engagement, watching the frigate's destruction frame by frame, analyzing the decision points where different choices might have produced different outcomes. His conclusion is both professionally sound and personally devastating. Captain Aaron made the only decision possible given the circumstances, but that does not make those circumstances any less catastrophic The prisoners present unique challenges. They are not enemies in any conventional sense, but Imperial Navy personnel who followed their orders and paid the price for superiors' mistakes. They cannot be released as they would immediately report everything they witnessed, but holding them indefinitely transforms detention into imprisonment. After consultation with his command staff, Huron makes the difficult decision to offer them a choice: swear oaths to serve the Badab sector's defense in whatever capacity their skills allow, or remain as honored prisoners until the current crisis resolves. Most choose service, recognizing that their own commands essentially abandoned them by ordering an attack that their frigate could not hope to win. They are integrated into the chapter's auxiliary forces, their naval expertise valuable for the training programs being developed to expand local defensive capabilities. A few refuse and are housed in comfortable but secure quarters, their honor respected even as their freedom is necessarily constrained. None are mistreated, but all understand that they have become witnesses to events that will be written about in histories if anyone survives to write those histories. The fortress monastery erupts in quiet activity as the implications of the engagement sink through every level of chapter organization. This is no longer a dispute that might be resolved through negotiation or compromise. Blood has been spilled, Imperial blood by Astartes' hands, and that blood creates obligations that transcend bureaucratic grievances. The Imperium cannot allow such an incident to pass unanswered without setting precedents that would undermine the entire hierarchical structure governing 1,000,000 worlds. Training intensifies as warriors understand that combat against other Imperial forces is no longer theoretical possibility, but demonstrated reality. The practice cages ring with new urgency as battle brothers drill in tactics for engaging opponents whose capabilities they understand intimately because those capabilities mirror their own. Chaplain Morden leads prayer services that grapple with the theological implications of Astartes potentially fighting Astartes, seeking guidance from the Emperor on how to remain faithful when faithfulness itself has become ambiguous. Tech priests work around the clock, preparing vessels and equipment for expanded conflict. The strike cruiser that destroyed the frigate requires extensive repairs. Its void shield generators stress beyond recommended limits, its armor scarred by lance strikes that came too close to penetrating critical systems. Other vessels undergo accelerated maintenance cycles, bringing them to combat readiness ahead of schedule, because the schedule no longer allows for methodical preparation. Huron addresses the entire chapter in the Great Hall, a gathering that fills the massive space with warriors in full armor, their faces hidden behind helms that cannot conceal the tension radiating from transhuman frames. The chapter master speaks without notes, his words carrying the weight of absolute conviction mixed with awareness of the path they now walk. The Astral Claws did not seek conflict with the wider Imperium, but neither will they submit to policies that doom the people under their protection. Every warrior present swore oaths to defend humanity against all threats, and sometimes those threats come wearing friendly colors. The speech is not met with cheering or martial enthusiasm, but with grim acknowledgement. These are not fools who glory in rebellion for its own sake, but warriors who understand they have been forced into an impossible position by authorities who place bureaucratic compliance above strategic necessity. They will do what duty requires, will fight whomever the defense of the Badab sector demands they fight. But there is no joy in the prospect of battle against fellow servants of the Imperium. In the fortress monastery's chapel, brothers gather for private contemplation, seeking personal understanding of events that challenge everything they were taught about loyalty and duty. Some find clarity in Chaplain Morden's teachings, accepting that true loyalty sometimes requires defying those who claim authority. Others struggle with contradictions that have no clean resolution, caught between training that demands obedience and circumstances that make obedience a form of betrayal. The civilian populations across the 17 worlds remain largely ignorant of these developments, their daily lives continuing in patterns established across generations. Farmers tend crops, miners extract ores, manufacturers produce goods. They see increased Astartes' presence and assume some new threat has emerged from the Maelstrom, not understanding that the threat now comes from the Imperium itself. This ignorance is deliberate, maintained because public awareness would serve no purpose except to spread fear that might weaken the social cohesion necessary for sector defense. Huron watches the aftermath of First Blood from his observation deck, the viewport offering views of Badab Primaris's orbital space, where patrol vessels move through their assigned routes with increased vigilance. The chapter master's augmentic eye tracks these movements with mechanical precision, but his biological eye sees something else entirely. He sees the moment when theoretical defiance became practical rebellion, when words transformed into violence, when a path that might have been walked back became a road from which there is no return. The weight of this transformation settles across his shoulders like armor forged from regret and necessity. Captain Aaron made the correct tactical decision, but tactics serve strategy, and the strategy they now pursue leads toward destinations that grow darker with each step. Huron wonders, in moments of brutal honesty, whether pride has blinded him to alternatives that might still exist, whether his wounded ego has dressed itself in principles clothing to justify courses of action driven more by personal affronts than strategic necessity. But the doubts change nothing. The frigate is destroyed, its crew either dead or detained, and the Imperium now has corpses to count alongside its grievances. There will be response, escalation, consequences that cannot be avoided through wishful thinking or belated regret. The Astral Claws have set themselves against the institution they were created to serve, and that institution commands resources that could crush a single chapter if properly deployed. The tiger has drawn blood. Now the Imperium must decide whether to treat this as a wound requiring careful treatment or as an affront demanding immediate and overwhelming retaliation. The answer to that question will determine whether the Badab sector has any future beyond the one written in fire and blood. The fortress monastery stands ready, its walls ancient and strong, its warriors committed to whatever comes next. But strength and commitment cannot substitute for the alliances and resources that come from being part of something larger than oneself. The Astral Claws are discovering, too late perhaps, that independence has costs that theory does not adequately capture, that standing alone means facing threats without the support that made previous survival possible. Night falls across Badab Primaris, and somewhere in the darkness beyond the sector's edges, Imperial authorities receive reports of a Navy frigate destroyed by Space Marines. The response to those reports is already being formulated, orders being drafted, forces being assembled. The machinery of Imperial retribution is vast and slow to start, but once in motion it possesses a terrible momentum that flattens everything in its path. The first blood has been spilled, the rest will follow with the inevitability of tide and season, drowning hope in a flood that none can stop once it begins to flow. The Fire Hawks arrive first. Their fleet translates from warp space with the sudden violence characteristic of a chapter, known for aggressive deployments and rapid strike capability. The arrival is not announced through normal channels, but discovered when auger operators detect multiple Astartes vessels, assuming positions that very clearly constitute a blockade formation around Badab Primaris. The Firehawks have come not as reinforcements, but as enforcers, sent to bring the Astral Claws into compliance through whatever means prove necessary. Huron receives their ultimatum with the cold fury of a commander who sees betrayal in what should have been brotherhood. The Firehawks chapter master transmits demands that echo the Administratum's earlier threats: stand down all defensive preparations, submit to inspection by Imperial authorities, provide full accounting of all resources and their disposition. Failure to comply within 48 hours will result in orbital blockade escalating to surface assault if necessary. This is not negotiation, but surrender terms delivered by warriors who apparently see no contradiction in attacking fellow Astartes on behalf of bureaucrats. The Fortress Monastery's command center fills with officers analyzing the tactical situation with professional detachment that barely masks their shock at these developments. The Firehawks have brought significant force: 3 battle barges and supporting cruisers, enough firepower to threaten even the well-defended fortress world. But they have also made strategic errors, positioning their vessels in formations optimized for intimidation rather than combat effectiveness, apparently expecting the Astral Claws to capitulate without actual fighting. Captain Corian proposes immediate strike operations, while the Firehawks formations remain vulnerable, targeting their flagships with massed lance fire before they can properly deploy. It is sound tactical thinking, but Huron vetoes the proposal immediately. The Firehawks are not enemies, not yet. They are brothers who've been misled about the situation in the Badab sector. Attacking them without attempting dialogue would be precisely the kind of aggressive defiance that validates the Imperium's worst assumptions about the Astral Claws' loyalty. Instead, the chapter master crafts a response that combines respect for the Firehawks' service record with firm rejection of their demands. He transmits detailed documentation of the administrative dispute, evidence showing how the Administratum's policies undermine sector defense, tactical analyses demonstrating why compliance would result in increased casualties. The message is a plea for understanding between warriors who should recognize shared duty even when they disagree about how that duty is best fulfilled. The Firehawks' response reveals that understanding will not be found through reasonable discourse. Their chapter master rejects the Astral Claws documentation as irrelevant to questions of Imperial authority. Orders from Terra are not subject to local interpretation, regardless of strategic considerations. The Firehawks have their mission, and they will complete it regardless of the Astral Claws' justifications for defiance. The blockade remains in force, and the ultimatum's timeline continues, counting down toward violence. Yet even as this confrontation develops in Badab Primaris' orbit, other forces are moving through the warp, drawn by reports of a chapter in rebellion and seeing opportunities in the chaos that always accompanies such divisions. The Mantis warriors arrive with intentions far different from the Firehawks, their fleet emerging from warp transit at the system's edge, maintaining distance from both the blockade and the world it contains. Their transmissions to the fortress monastery carry carefully coded language, requesting private communication on matters of mutual interest. Huron's meeting with the Mantis warriors' representatives occurs in a secure chamber deep within the fortress, away from surveillance systems that might be compromised. The Mantis warrior's captain speaks plainly about his chapter's situation. They, too, face administrative pressures that threaten their operational effectiveness. They, too, have seen how the Imperium's bureaucracy places extraction above protection. The Mantis warriors have watched the Badab situation with interest, seeing in the Astral Claws' defiance a potential model for resistance that might be replicated if it succeeds. The offer is implicit rather than explicit, deniable if necessary, but clear to anyone with strategic understanding. The Mantis warriors will provide support to the Astral Claws, not as formal allies but as a chapter that happens to be operating in nearby systems, available for mutual assistance against common threats. This fig leaf of plausible deniability might preserve their standing with the wider Imperium if the situation resolves favorably, while positioning them to claim they were always acting in the Badab sector's defense if the situation deteriorates further. Huron receives this offer with mixed feelings. Alliance with the Mantis warriors provides desperately needed support against the forces gathering to enforce compliance, but it also represents escalation, a widening of the conflict from one chapter's defiance to a broader coalition resisting Imperial authority. Each additional chapter that joins makes resolution through negotiation less likely and eventual suppression more severe. Yet refusing the Mantis warrior support means facing the Firehawks and whatever reinforcements they receive without allies, a prospect that appeals only to those who prefer principle over survival. The chapter master's decision is made easier by intelligence reports flowing in from monitoring stations throughout the sector. The Firehawks are not alone. Imperial Navy vessels are moving toward the Badab sector from multiple directions, their courses suggesting coordinated action rather than random patrol routes. The administratum has escalated beyond sending single chapters to enforce compliance, committing significant naval assets to ensure the Astral Claws cannot resist. This is not punitive expedition, but the opening phase of systematic suppression. The Mantis warriors' support is accepted with appropriate documentation, formalizing their presence as invited participants in sector defense operations. The legal language is carefully crafted to maintain the fiction that this is not rebellion, but rather cooperation between chapters exercising legitimate authority within their assigned operational zones. It is a fiction that will convince nobody who matters, but it provides psychological comfort to warriors raised to value proper procedure, even when that procedure has become divorced from reality. News arrives of the Lamenter's approach, another chapter drawn into the developing conflict. But the Lamenters come with different intentions than either the Firehawks or the Mantis warriors. Their chapter master sends communications expressing sympathy for the Astral Claws' position while remaining publicly neutral, unwilling to explicitly support defiance of Imperial authority, but equally unwilling to participate in what he views as misguided suppression of a chapter performing its duty. The Lamenters position themselves as potential mediators, seeking to create space for negotiated resolution before the situation deteriorates beyond any hope of peaceful settlement. Huron meets with the Lamenters' representatives with cautious hope that perhaps reason might yet prevail. But the discussions reveal the unbridgeable gap between what the Astral Claws need and what the Imperium will accept. The Lamenters can facilitate communication, can ensure messages reach appropriate authorities, but they cannot change the fundamental calculation that the Administratum has made. The bureaucracy has decided that allowing the Astral Claws defiance to succeed would create precedents undermining Imperial authority across every sector, making compliance optional and encouraging other chapters to similarly resist when ordered to do things they find strategically questionable. The mediation fails not because of ill will, but because of the same contradictions that created the crisis. The Astral Claws cannot comply without betraying their duty to the sector's population. The Imperium cannot accept their defiance without admitting that its own policies are indefensible. Neither side possesses the flexibility necessary for compromise, leaving only the prospect of violence to resolve what reason cannot. The Lamenters withdraw from mediation efforts with evident regret, but they do not leave the system entirely. Instead, they maintain position at the system's edge, close enough to monitor developments but distant enough to claim non-involvement. Their presence is ambiguous, neither supporting the Astral Claws nor joining the blockade, waiting to see which way events flow before committing fully. It is a pragmatic position that earns them distrust from all sides, but it preserves their options in a situation where premature commitment might prove disastrous. The executioners arrive last among the initial responders, their fleet emerging from the warp with the aggressive posture characteristic of a chapter known for harsh justice and uncompromising pursuit of the Imperium's enemies. Their transmissions carry none of the Mantis warrior's sympathy or the Lamenter's attempted mediation. The executioners see the situation in stark terms. The Astral Claws have defied legitimate authority, and such defiance must be corrected through force if necessary. They join the blockade immediately, reinforcing the Firehawks' positions and preparing for surface assault operations. The Fortress Monastery's strategic assessment now shows multiple Astartes chapters positioned around Badab Primaris, some hostile, some allied, some uncertain. Naval vessels continue approaching from distant systems, their arrival time staggered but inevitable. The Badab sector stands at the center of a gathering storm, multiple armed forces converging on a single point where their collision will produce violence on a scale rarely seen in the Imperium's internal affairs. Huron addresses his command staff with brutal honesty about their situation. The Astral Claws are outnumbered, outgunned, and increasingly isolated as more chapters commit to the suppression effort. Survival requires not just military excellence, but political maneuvering, seeking allies while undermining enemy coalition cohesion, forcing the Imperium to commit ever more resources to a conflict that serves nobody's interests. It is a strategy born of desperation, but desperation has become the defining characteristic of their position. The chapter's warriors prepare for battles they never imagined fighting. Training scenarios now include engagements against Astartes' opponents using tactics familiar from centuries of joint operations. Tech priests modify weapon systems for effectiveness against power armor and void shields designed to the same specifications as their own. Apothecaries stock their facilities with supplies for treating injuries that only transhuman opponents can inflict. Understanding that wounds from Brother Astartes carry psychological weight beyond their physical damage. In the fortress monastery's chapels, prayer services take on new intensity as warriors grapple with the reality of potentially killing fellow servants of the Emperor. Chaplain Mordant preaches about the higher loyalty that transcends institutional authority, about how faithfulness to the Emperor's vision sometimes requires defying those who claim to speak in his name. His words provide spiritual justification for what strategy and survival have already made necessary, but they cannot eliminate the fundamental wrongness that every warrior feels when contemplating battle against Brother Astartes. The blockade tightens as more vessels arrive. Surface-to-orbit traffic ceases as firehawks and executioners' vessels intercept any attempt to breach their formation. The fortress monastery supplies are adequate for extended siege, but the 17 worlds under Astral Claws protection cannot function indefinitely without external trade. Pressure builds not through direct assault, but through economic strangulation, a calculated attempt to force compliance by making resistance unsustainable. Yet the blockade also creates opportunities. Each additional vessel committed to containing Badab Primaris is a vessel not available for other operations. Pirates and raiders notice the Imperial commitment and begin probing other sectors, testing whether the distraction of internal conflict has created exploitable weakness. The Mantis warriors provide intelligence on these developments, subtle suggestions that the Imperium might be willing to negotiate if it becomes clear that the suppression effort is costly in ways that extend beyond the immediate battle space. Huron seizes this opportunity with a political acumen that has always matched his tactical brilliance. Messages begin flowing to various authorities documenting raids and incursions that succeed because resources have been diverted to the Badab suppression. Each report is carefully crafted to avoid sounding like threat or manipulation, merely objective documentation of consequences that naturally flow from strategic decisions. But the implication is clear. The longer this conflict continues, the more the Imperium pays in ways that have nothing to do with the original dispute. The diplomatic maneuvering buys time, but cannot resolve the fundamental conflict. The forces gathering around Badab Primaris represent institutional momentum that cannot be easily redirected once set in motion. Orders have been given, commitments have been made, political positions have been staked. Too many powerful figures within the Imperium's bureaucracy have invested too much credibility in the suppression success for negotiated settlement to remain viable. The chapter master understands that battle is coming, that all the maneuvering and positioning must eventually translate into violence. The only questions are when the fighting begins and whether the Astral Claws can survive long enough to force the Imperium to reconsider its approach. The answers to those questions lie in darkness beyond even his augmetic eye's ability to perceive, hidden in futures that will be shaped by decisions not yet made and events not yet occurred. The fortress stands ready, its weapons charged, its defenders positioned, its purpose clear even as the path forward disappears into uncertainty. Allies and enemies surround the sector. Forces that might have stood together now arrayed in opposition. Brothers who should fight side by side preparing to meet each other as combatants. The tragedy of this situation weighs on every warrior who understands that victories in civil war are measured in losses rather than gains, that survival is the best outcome anyone can reasonably expect. The blockade holds, the tension builds, and somewhere in command centers across multiple vessels, officers calculate firing solutions and plan assault vectors, preparing for the moment when diplomacy ends and war begins in earnest. The first orbital bombardment transforms night into day across Badab Primaris's northern continent. Lance strikes reach down from Firehawk's vessels, positioned at optimal firing angles, their energy beams carving through atmosphere with thunderous violence. The targets are carefully selected: sensor arrays, communication relays, orbital defense platforms. Nothing critical to civilian survival, nothing that would constitute excessive force against a defended world, but enough to demonstrate capability and willingness to escalate if the Astral Claws continue their defiance. The fortress monastery's void shields absorb strikes that would vaporize unprotected structures, ancient technology holding firm against weapons designed to crack fortress worlds. But each impact drains power reserves, stress generators that were never meant to operate at sustained maximum capacity. Tech priests monitor critical systems with growing concern, calculating how long shields can maintain integrity under bombardment that shows no signs of stopping. The mathematics are brutal. Days if the current intensity continues, perhaps a week if the Firehawks conserve their ammunition, but not indefinitely. Never indefinitely. Huron refuses to order return fire from the fortress's orbital batteries. The weapons sit ready, their machine spirits eager for activation, targeting solutions already calculated for every vessel in the blockade. A single command would unleash destruction sufficient to cripple several enemy ships, but that same command would also eliminate any remaining possibility of negotiated settlement. Once Astral Claws batteries begin firing on Astartes vessels, the conflict transitions from containment operation to full civil war. And civil wars among Space Marines do not end quickly or cleanly. Instead, the chapter master orders precision strikes against the blockade's logistics vessels, targeting supply ships and ammunition carriers with boarding parties launched from fast attack craft that emerge from the fortress's underground berths. The raids are surgical, focused on disrupting enemy operations rather than inflicting maximum casualties. Boarding parties secure their objectives, plant demolition, charges on critical supplies, and extract before enemy response. Forces can deploy. It is harassment rather than warfare, calibrated to impose costs without triggering the full retaliation that direct assault would justify. The Firehawks respond with predictable aggression, their assault companies preparing for surface deployment to eliminate the launch sites being used for these raids. Drop pods streak through Badab Primaris's atmosphere, bearing warriors who have fought across 100 war zones and expect the Astral Claws to crumble under coordinated assault. They land in carefully selected positions around the fortress monastery, establishing fire bases from which to launch main assault, following doctrine that has proven effective in countless sieges. But the Astral Claws know this world in ways that no attacking force can match. Every valley, every ridgeline, every approach to the fortress has been mapped and prepared against exactly this kind of assault. Hidden gun emplacements open fire from positions the Firehawks' reconnaissance failed to detect, cutting down the first wave before they can properly establish defensive perimeters. minefields that were laid generations ago and maintained with religious devotion, claim victims who never see the weapons that kill them. Counterattack forces emerge from concealed positions, hitting the Firehawks at their most vulnerable moments during deployment and reorganization. The fighting around the fortress monastery is brutal in ways that engagements against Xenos or heretics never quite achieve. These are Astartes fighting Astartes, warriors whose capabilities mirror each other, whose tactics come from the same doctrinal foundations. There is no exploitation of technological advantage, no superiority in training or equipment. There is only the grinding horror of equals trying to kill each other while both sides understand the waste and tragedy of what they're doing. A Firehawk's captain falls to bolt rounds fired by an Astral Claws sergeant who served alongside him during a joint campaign against Orc invaders 3 decades past. The recognition occurs in the instant before death, eyes meeting across killing distance, shared memories making the moment infinitely worse than if they had been strangers. The sergeant who fires that shot will remember it forever, will carry the weight of killing a brother in ways that killing 10,000 orcs never burdened him. The Firehawks assault stalls against defenses that prove far more robust than intelligence suggested, but they do not break. These are warriors who have besieged heretic strongholds and Xenos fortresses, who understand that initial setbacks are simply the price of attacking prepared positions. They dig in, establish proper fire bases, begin systematic approaches that will eventually crack even the fortress monastery's ancient walls. It is not a question of if they can succeed, but how long success will take and what it will cost. Huron watches the battle from the command center, seeing tactical displays that reduce Brother Astartes to icons moving across abstract representations of terrain. At this remove, the fighting looks almost clean, moves and counter-moves in a grand strategy game where losses are merely numbers rather than irreplaceable warriors. But reports from field commanders carry details that the strategic displays cannot convey. The sound of bolters firing at brothers, the sight of gene sons killing gene sons, the psychological strain of warfare that violates every principle Astartes are trained to hold sacred. The Mantis warriors launch their own operations against the blockade, assaulting Firehawk supply lines with calculated aggression that forces enemy commanders to divert resources from the main assault. It is exactly the kind of support that Alliance should provide, yet it also represents escalation, additional chapters committing to conflict that makes resolution increasingly unlikely. Every battle fought, every casualty suffered, every action taken strengthens the positions of those on both sides who argue for escalation rather than negotiation. The Lamenters finally commit to one side, but not the side that most expected. Their fleet moves to support the Astral Claws, not through explicit alliance but through actions that speak louder than diplomatic language. Lamenters' vessels begin interdicting Imperial Navy ships approaching the sector, delaying reinforcements through technical violations and bureaucratic obstacles that cannot quite be called hostile actions, but which effectively prevent timely arrival. It is a middle path that allows them to support the Astral Claws without formally joining rebellion, maintaining plausible deniability while providing material assistance. The executioners press their assault on the fortress monastery's eastern approaches, their notorious brutal efficiency making progress where the Firehawks' more conventional tactics have stalled. They do not accept surrender from Astral Claws defenders, showing the harsh justice that has made their chapter feared across the Imperium. This refusal to offer quarter transforms the fighting in their sector into something darker, both sides understanding that defeat means death, escalating violence in ways that feed upon themselves. Casualties mount on all sides. Apothecaries work around the clock to save what gene seed they can from the fallen, understanding that these irreplaceable genetic materials represent the future of their chapters, regardless of who wins the current conflict. In the fortress monastery's medikit bays, injured warriors from both sides receive treatment according to need rather than allegiance, because even in civil war some principles remain inviolate. Some lines cannot be crossed without losing the humanity that makes Astartes more than just highly efficient killers. The civilian populations across Badab Primaris finally begin to understand that something catastrophic is occurring. The orbital bombardments are too obvious to conceal, the fighting around the fortress monastery too intense to dismiss as routine training. Fear spreads through cities and settlements, parents clutching children as they watch the sky burn with the weapons fire, wondering whether their world is being defended or destroyed. Huron orders communications sent to all civilian authorities, explaining the situation in terms that emphasize defense rather than rebellion. The Astral Claws are protecting the sector against Imperial forces that would strip away resources necessary for survival, standing against bureaucratic policies that doom entire populations. It is a carefully crafted message designed to maintain civilian morale and support, but it is also fundamentally true in ways that make it more effective than propaganda could ever be. The siege extends into weeks, then months. Both sides settle into patterns of attack and defense that slowly grind away strength without decisive resolution. The firehawks and executioners cannot break through the fortress monastery's defenses without suffering casualties that would cripple their own chapters. The Astral Claws cannot break the blockade without exposing their fortress to bombardment that would eventually breach even its ancient walls. Stalemate emerges not from tactical balance but from mutual recognition that total victory costs more than anyone is willing to pay. Yet stalemate serves nobody's interests. The Astral Claws need the siege broken to restore supply lines and repair accumulated damage. The attacking chapters need decisive success to justify the resources already committed and the brothers already lost. The Imperium's bureaucracy needs resolution to demonstrate that defiance carries consequences too severe to risk. Pressure builds on all sides to escalate, to break the deadlock through actions that will make the conflict worse but might at least produce some outcome other than endless attrition. The breaking point comes not through grand strategy, but through individual initiative. An executioner's assault captain, frustrated by his chapter's inability to crack the fortress's defenses, orders the use of phosphex weapons against Astral Claws positions. The ancient incendiary substance, banned by treaty and imperial edict for its horrific effects, spreads through defensive lines with unstoppable hunger, consuming warriors and equipment alike in flames that cannot be extinguished by any conventional means. The Astral Claws' response is immediate and catastrophic. Huron orders deployment of the chapter's most destructive weapons, unleashing orbital strikes from the fortress's heaviest batteries against executioners' positions with no regard for collateral damage. The bombardment destroys not just the immediate assault force but surrounding terrain, carving wounds in Badab Primaris' surface that will remain visible for generations. It is escalation that was inevitable, once phosphex entered the battlefield, both sides now committed to total warfare without restraint or mercy. The Firehawk's chapter master attempts to restore some measure of proportionality, transmitting urgent communications demanding cessation of weapons of mass destruction before the entire conflict spirals into mutual annihilation. But his words find no purchase with commanders who've watched their brothers burn in phosphex fires or be vaporized by orbital strikes. The restraints that might have prevented the conflict's worst excesses have failed, leaving only violence that feeds upon itself in ever-worsening cycles. The fortress monastery's walls show damage now, ancient stone scarred by weapons that should never be turned against Imperial installations. Sections of the outer fortifications have collapsed under sustained bombardment, creating breaches that attacking forces attempt to exploit despite horrific casualties inflicted by defenders who understand that retreat means the fortress falls. Every meter of rubble is contested ground, fought over with intensity that makes no strategic sense but reflects the emotional investment both sides have made in achieving something, anything, that justifies the losses already suffered. In the fortress's deeper levels, where civilians have been evacuated to escape the fighting above, the true costs become impossible to ignore. Children huddle in darkened corridors, traumatized by sounds of warfare that penetrate even the ancient stone. Elderly citizens, some of whom remember when the Astral Claws first came to Badab Primaris, weep for a world that is being destroyed by those who claim to protect it. The chapter's serfs continue their duties with professional dedication, but their faces show strain that reflects understanding that their lives have become expendable variables in calculations beyond their comprehension. Huron stands amid the ruins of the fortress's eastern wall, surveying damage that represents not just destruction of physical infrastructure, but erosion of everything he believed about the Imperium's values. The chapter master's armor carries fresh scars from fighting that saw him personally leading counter-assaults against executioners' breaches, his presence on the front lines necessary to stabilize defenses that were on the verge of collapse, his augmetic eye tracks movements across the battlefield with mechanical precision, but his biological eye sees only waste and futility, the horrible mathematics of attrition warfare where both sides bleed until someone breaks. The breaking storm has come, washing away any remaining hope for peaceful resolution. What began as administrative dispute has become full civil war. Space Marines killing Space Marines, while the Imperium's real enemies gather in darkness beyond, watching this catastrophic waste of the Astartes who should be defending humanity against existential threats. The tragedy is complete, the disaster total, and still the fighting continues because nobody knows how to stop once this kind of violence begins. The fortress stands damaged but defiant, its defenders bloodied but unbroken, its purpose clear even as the costs of maintaining that purpose mount toward levels that cannot be sustained. The storm has broken, and all that remains is to survive the flood that follows. The Red Scorpions arrive with the cold professionalism that has made them legendary among loyalist chapters. Their fleet emerges from warp transit in perfect formation, vessels positioned with geometric precision that speaks to obsessive attention to doctrinal purity. No communication precedes their arrival, no ultimatum or demand for surrender. The Red Scorpions have come to prosecute the suppression with maximum efficiency, viewing the Badab conflict not as tragedy, but as necessary surgery to excise the cancer of rebellion before it spreads. Their chapter master, a warrior whose name will become synonymous with implacable justice, coordinates with the firehawks and executioners to establish unified command structure. The previous months of siege warfare had been characterized by individual chapter initiatives that, while aggressive, lacked the coordination necessary to crack the fortress monastery's defenses. The Red Scorpions bring not just additional warriors, but strategic coherence, transforming 3 separate assaults into a single, overwhelming offensive. The plan they develop is brutal in its simplicity and terrible in its implications. Rather than continue battering against the fortress monastery's strongest points, the Red Scorpions propose systematically reducing Astral Claws' presence across all 17 worlds of the Badab sector. Each garrison, each outpost, each defensive position outside the fortress itself will be targeted for elimination. The strategy accepts that the fortress cannot be quickly taken, but recognizes that the Astral Claws cannot defend their entire domain while besieged in their primary stronghold. Huron receives intelligence of this new strategy with growing horror at its implications. The 17 worlds contain billions of civilians whose protection has been the Astral Claws' entire purpose for existing. Abandoning them to face Red Scorpion's assault means betraying every principle that justified the original defiance, but defending them means dispersing forces already stretched to breaking point, exposing warriors to defeat in detail as they attempt to hold positions they lack the numbers to properly garrison. The chapter master faces the cruelest calculation any commander can confront. Choose which populations to defend and which to abandon, knowing that each choice represents lives that will be saved or lost based on his strategic priorities. The mathematics are merciless. The Astral Claws cannot be everywhere, cannot protect everyone, cannot fulfill the oaths they swore when they accepted responsibility for the sector's defense. Something must give, and the only question is, what breaks first? Captain Corian advocates for maintaining concentration of force, accepting that some worlds will fall, but ensuring the chapter survives as a coherent fighting force capable of eventual reconquest. Chief Librarian Valtex argues for dispersal despite the risks, maintaining that an Astartes chapter that abandons those it swore to protect has already lost everything that matters, regardless of tactical survival. The debate rages through multiple strategy sessions, each officer grappling with choices that have no right answers, only varying degrees of catastrophe. Huron's decision reflects his understanding that the Astral Claws' legitimacy depends on demonstrating that their rebellion serves the sector's defense rather than personal ambition. Forces are dispersed to the 17 worlds with orders to establish defensive positions and coordinate with local PDF forces. It is a calculated risk that accepts higher casualties in exchange for maintaining the political narrative that the chapter fights for its people rather than merely for its own survival. The Red Scorpions strike at the weakest garrisons first, overwhelming isolated Astral Claws positions through sheer weight of numbers and superior coordination. On the mining world of Bellerophon's Fall, a single company of Astral Claws faces 3 companies of Red Scorpions supported by executioners' assault units. The defending warriors sell their lives with the courage expected of Astartes, but courage cannot overcome mathematical reality. Within 72 hours, Bellerophon's Fall belongs to the Loyalist forces, its Astral Claws garrison annihilated to the last warrior. Similar tragedies unfold across the sector as the Red Scorpion's systematic campaign proceeds with clockwork efficiency. Each world that falls reduces the Astral Claws' strategic depth, eliminates another defensive position, removes resources that might have supported continued resistance. The Loyalist forces accept higher casualties than the concentrated defense of the fortress monastery would have cost them, but they achieve the strategic objective of forcing the Astral Claws into untenable positions across multiple battlefields. The Mantis warriors launch aggressive spoiling attacks against Red Scorpion's supply lines, attempting to disrupt the systematic campaign through guerrilla warfare that the attackers cannot ignore. But the Red Scorpions have prepared for such interference, their logistics secured by overwhelming escort forces that the Mantis warriors lack numbers to seriously threaten. The harassment imposes costs and delays, but cannot prevent the methodical reduction of Astral Claws positions across the sector. On Badab Primaris itself, the fortress monastery's defenders watch reports flow in from the 17 worlds, each transmission another notification of brothers dying in defense of positions they cannot hold. The casualty lists grow longer with each day, names of warriors who served for centuries now reduced to inscriptions in the rolls of honor. Gene seed recovery becomes sporadic as battles occur too far away for rapid apothecary response, each lost sample representing future warriors who will never exist. Morale within the fortress begins to erode despite Chaplain Morden's best efforts. Warriors understand rationally that dispersed defense was necessary to maintain the political legitimacy that justifies their rebellion. But understanding does not ease the psychological burden of watching Brother Astartes die in battles they were sent to lose, sacrificed to strategy that demands their deaths to preserve the chapter's claimed purpose. The contradiction gnaws at even the most dedicated defenders, raising questions about whether defending others at the cost of self-destruction serves any rational purpose. The Lamenters attempt to negotiate ceasefires that would allow civilian evacuation from contested worlds, their efforts driven by genuine desire to minimize the catastrophic loss of life. But the Red Scorpions reject such proposals as attempts to aid rebel forces, arguing that civilians who supported the Astral Claws rebellion must accept consequences for their allegiance. This harsh position alienates even some among the Loyalist coalition, creating tensions between chapters that view the suppression through different moral frameworks. The conflict's nature changes as atrocities begin occurring on both sides, not through official policy, but through accumulated rage and grief overwhelming the discipline that should govern Astartes' conduct. Astral Claws, defenders, watching their chapter being systematically destroyed, commit acts of escalating brutality against captured loyalists. Red Scorpions assault forces, enraged by Mantis warriors' ambushes that kill brothers from hiding, begin refusing to take prisoners or accept surrenders. Each atrocity justifies retribution that produces new atrocities in turn, a cycle of vengeance that transforms military conflict into blood feud. The space sharks arrive from the void's darkest reaches, their fleet emerging from warp transit with predatory grace that speaks to the chapter's nature. They are not reinforcements in any conventional sense, but scavengers drawn to conflict, seeking opportunity amid chaos. The space shark's allegiance remains ambiguous, their actions suggesting they care less about political legitimacy than about acquiring resources and combat experience. They strike at both loyalist and secessionist forces with equal opportunism. claiming salvage rights over battlefields where others have fought and died. Huron attempts to negotiate with the Space Shark's enigmatic commanders, offering them recognition of salvage rights and preferential terms if they support the Astral Claws against the Red Scorpions. The negotiations reveal warriors whose motivations transcend simple loyalty or rebellion, whose service to the Imperium follows logic the conventional commanders struggle to comprehend. The Space Sharks agree to limited cooperation, not as formal allies but as predators willing to hunt alongside the Astral Claws if targets prove sufficiently valuable. The alliance, such as it is, provides the Astral Claws with unpredictable reinforcement that disrupts Red Scorpion's planning. Space Shark strike forces appear without warning at critical moments, their sudden interventions preventing complete disaster in battles that seemed already lost. But the Space Sharks also disappear without explanation when their own calculations suggest targets elsewhere offer better returns, leaving Astral Claws positions exposed when promised support fails to materialize. It is alliance born of convenience rather than principle, valuable but unreliable, in ways that make strategic planning nearly impossible. The fortress monastery becomes an island of Astral Claws control in a sector increasingly dominated by loyalist forces. Supply lines are cut, communication with outlying garrisons sporadic at best, intelligence about enemy dispositions fragmentary and often outdated. The defenders maintain their positions through discipline and determination, but the strategic situation deteriorates with each passing week. The chapter that once protected 17 worlds now struggles to hold the ground beneath its own fortress. In the depths of the fortress, where the gene seed vaults preserve the chapter's biological legacy, apothecaries conduct inventory with growing despair. The systematic destruction of dispersed garrisons has prevented recovery of gene seed from hundreds of fallen warriors. Each lost sample represents irreplaceable genetic material that would have created new brothers to carry on the chapter's legacy. The Astral Claws are being destroyed not just as a fighting force, but as a genetic lineage, their very capacity to continue existing being eroded through accumulated casualties that cannot be replaced at sustainable rate. Huron reviews casualty reports in his private chambers, each data slate another enumeration of the costs his decisions have imposed. The chapter master's augmetic eye tracks numbers with mechanical precision. Forces committed, casualties sustained, positions held, territory lost. But his biological eye sees beyond statistics to the warriors those numbers represent. Gene sons whose lives he spent purchasing time and strategic advantage that may ultimately prove worthless if the chapter ceases to exist as coherent entity. The weight of command has never felt heavier than in these moments of brutal accounting. Every decision Huron has made since the first defiance of the Administratum can be justified through tactical logic and strategic necessity. But justification does not equal vindication, and the mounting casualties raise questions about whether pride has been dressed in principle's clothing, whether personal unwillingness to submit has been rationalized through arguments about duty that serve ego more than genuine service. Yet even in darkest moments of doubt, the chapter master cannot identify the decision point where different choices would have produced better outcomes. Compliance with increased ties would have weakened sector defense in ways that invited disaster. Submission to the blockade would have validated the Imperium's most destructive policies. Abandoning the 17 worlds would have betrayed every oath that gives Astartes existence meaning. Each alternative seems worse than the path actually chosen, suggesting either that the chosen course was genuinely least bad option, or that the entire situation was doomed from inception. The fighting continues with intensity that never quite escalates to final decisive battle, but never diminishes to levels that allow respite or recuperation. Both sides bleed, both suffer, both accumulate damage that will take years to repair if they survive to attempt such repairs. The conflict has become self-sustaining, fed by accumulated grievances and casualties that demand vengeance, driven by institutional momentum that nobody possesses authority to halt, even if they wish to do so. In the fortress's chapels, prayer services take on character of funeral rites even for brothers still living, acknowledgement that the chapter as it existed is already dead, regardless of whether physical survival can be achieved. Warriors pray not for victory, which seems increasingly impossible, but for meaning in the sacrifice they are making, for assurance that their deaths will serve some purpose beyond merely adding to casualty lists that already stretch beyond comprehension. The brothers continue fighting because that is what Astartes do, because their oaths demand it, because stopping would mean admitting that everything already sacrificed was wasted. But the fighting has lost the clarity it possessed in the beginning, when the Astral Claws believed they were defending principle against bureaucratic oppression. Now it is simply brothers killing brothers while the galaxy burns and real enemies gather in darkness beyond, waiting for the Imperium to finish destroying itself from within. The blood flows in rivers now, pooling in battlefield craters and staining void shields with crimson mist. It is all Astartes' blood, all equally valuable and equally wasted, all spilled in service to causes that will be judged by historians who never stood on these killing grounds. The only certainty is that the bleeding will continue until one side can no longer sustain the losses, until exhaustion accomplishes what strategy has failed to achieve. The transformation begins subtly, in small changes to how Huron conducts command staff meetings. The chapter master, who once solicited input from his officers, now increasingly issues directives without discussion. Strategic debates that characterized earlier decision-making give way to pronouncements that brook no disagreement. When Captain Corian raises concerns about a particularly risky operation, Huron's response carries edge that borders on rebuke, suggesting that questioning orders represents doubt about the chapter master's judgment rather than legitimate tactical discussion. The officers initially attribute these changes to accumulated stress of commanding a chapter fighting for survival against overwhelming odds. 2 years of continuous warfare have taken their toll on every warrior, and Huron bears burdens that would break lesser commanders. His augmetic eye develops intermittent malfunction that tech priests struggle to repair, causing visual distortions that must be compensated through conscious effort. Injuries accumulated across dozens of personal combat actions have been treated but never properly healed. Transhuman physiology maintaining function, while damage accumulates in ways that will eventually demand comprehensive rest. But the changes go beyond simple exhaustion. Huron's tactical brilliance, which once manifested as ability to see patterns others missed, begins producing strategies that seem disconnected from objective reality. He orders offensives against heavily fortified positions without adequate reconnaissance. dismissing intelligence reports that contradict his assumptions about enemy dispositions. When these operations result in casualties that achieve no strategic purpose, he blames subordinates for insufficient aggression rather than reconsidering the fundamental soundness of his orders. The chapter master begins referring to the Badab sector in proprietary terms that troubled his officers. He speaks of my worlds and my people, rather than territories held in trust for the Imperium. His justifications for continued resistance shift from protecting the sector against bureaucratic exploitation to defending his right to govern as he sees fit, free from interference by authorities who lack understanding of local conditions. The distinction is subtle but significant, representing drift from principled defiance towards something darker and more personal. Casualties continue mounting as Huron commits forces to battles that serve pride more than strategy. A raid against Red Scorpion staging areas proceeds despite intelligence indicating the target is actually a heavily defended forward operating base rather than the logistics node it appears to be. The assault force walks into prepared killing ground, suffering catastrophic losses before withdrawal can be organized. Survivors report that the intelligence was clear, that warnings were given, but that the chapter master overruled all cautions because he knew the attack would succeed. Captain Corian attempts to address his concerns through private conversation, approaching Huron in the chapter master's chambers rather than raising issues before other officers. The discussion reveals how far the transformation has progressed. Huron receives Corian's carefully worded concerns as personal attack, interpreting tactical caution as lack of faith in his leadership. The chapter master's response mixes paranoid suspicion with grandiose self-assessment, suggesting that perhaps Corian has been corrupted by loyalist propaganda, that perhaps other officers share these doubts and are conspiring to undermine his authority. The accusation is absurd, obviously the product of exhaustion and accumulated stress warping perceptions. Yet Huron seems to genuinely believe it, his words carrying conviction that makes them more disturbing than if they were merely manipulative rhetoric. Captain Corian withdraws from the conversation, troubled by the recognition that something fundamental has shifted in the chapter master's psychology, that the warrior he has followed for decades is changing into someone he no longer fully recognizes. The fortress monastery's atmosphere grows increasingly oppressive as Huron's paranoia manifests in new security protocols. Officers are required to account for their locations and activities with precision that suggests suspicion rather than operational necessity. Private conversations between senior commanders are monitored through surveillance systems that were previously reserved for external threats. When questioned about these measures, Huron explains that the Loyalists have demonstrated willingness to use infiltration and subversion. The constant vigilance is necessary to prevent catastrophe, yet the surveillance focuses more on internal discipline than external security, more on ensuring compliance among the Astral Claws themselves than on detecting enemy infiltration. Warriors begin to understand that questioning orders or expressing concerns carries risks that extend beyond simple military disapproval. Several officers who voice disagreement with Huron's directives find themselves reassigned to the most dangerous combat zones, their volunteer status for hazardous missions clearly not voluntary at all. Chaplain Mordaunt attempts spiritual intervention, approaching Huron not as subordinate to commander but as one warrior of faith speaking to another. The chaplain expresses concern that the burdens of command are overwhelming the chapter master's judgment, that perhaps temporary delegation of authority might allow rest and recuperation that would restore clarity. Huron's response is explosive, accusing Mordaunt of sedition disguised as spiritual counsel, suggesting the chaplain has been influenced by loyalist sympathizers within the chapter. The confrontation escalates until Huron threatens to have Mordaunt stripped of his office and confined for questioning his loyalty in wartime. The chaplain withdraws, shaken by the encounter and deeply troubled by what it reveals about the chapter master's mental state. In consultations with other senior officers, Mordaunt raises the question nobody wants to acknowledge: whether Huron has become liability to the chapter's survival, whether the very qualities that made him exceptional leader in peacetime have become catastrophic flaws under the strain of extended warfare. But removing a chapter master is not a simple matter of military expediency. Such action represents profound violation of Astartes hierarchy and tradition. It requires not just tactical agreement among senior officers, but spiritual justification that can withstand scrutiny from both the chapter and any external authorities that might eventually pass judgment. Without clear evidence of corruption or incompetence so severe, it cannot be ignored. Removing Huron would constitute mutiny that might do more damage than his flawed leadership. The transformation accelerates as Huron begins claiming the title Tyrant of Badab, adopting nomenclature that explicitly rejects any subordination to external authority. He frames this not as rebellion but as return to older traditions, pointing to historical precedents from the age of strife, when strong leaders claimed titles reflecting their personal power rather than positions within hierarchical structures. The adoption of tyrant as formal title represents psychological turning point, explicit acknowledgement that the Astral Claws are no longer a Space Marine chapter operating within Imperial framework, but something different, something independent. The chapter's warriors respond to this declaration with mixed reactions that split along generational and philosophical lines. Veterans who remember Huron's rise to chapter master and shared his original vision tend towards support, viewing the title as an accurate description of reality they have been living for years. Younger warriors, those whose entire service has occurred during the conflict, show more skepticism, questioning whether abandoning even nominal loyalty to the Imperium serves any purpose beyond satisfying the chapter master's ego. Production of new war gear begins featuring modified heraldry that reflects the chapter's changed status. The tiger claw emblem remains, but Imperial aquillas are removed from pauldrons and replaced with sector-specific iconography. Banners are redesigned to emphasize Badab's sector identity rather than service to the wider Imperium. These changes are presented as practical matters of recognizing reality, but they also serve psychological purpose of reinforcing separation from loyalist identity. Huron's injuries from a particularly vicious engagement with Red Scorpion's Terminators leave him grievously wounded, his organic body so damaged that only immediate intervention by the chapter's most skilled apothecaries prevents complete systemic failure. The recovery process requires extensive bionic replacement, far more comprehensive than the augmetic eye that was his first major prosthesis. When he emerges from the apothecarian months later, the chapter master is more machine than flesh, his torso encased in life support systems that hum with constant activity. The near-death experience seems to have affected Huron's psychology in ways that compound his pre-existing issues. The warrior who returns to command displays even less tolerance for disagreement, even more tendency toward grandiose self-assessment. He speaks of his survival as evidence of destiny, claiming that the emperor himself preserved his life because the work of defending Badab sector remains incomplete. The religious interpretation of his recovery troubles Chaplain Mordaunt, who recognizes dangerous precedent in commanders who claim divine mandate for actions that violate established doctrine. Strategic decisions become increasingly divorced from objective military analysis. Huron orders construction of vast fortifications across Badab Primaris, projects that consume resources desperately needed for maintaining fleet readiness and supplying dispersed garrisons. When officers point out these opportunity costs, the chapter master dismisses their concerns, insisting that the fortifications will transform the world into an impregnable bastion from which the sector can be defended indefinitely. The logic has superficial appeal, but ignores the reality that no fixed defense can survive indefinitely without ability to maneuver and respond to threats across the entire sector. The Mantis warriors and lamenters, observing Huron's transformation from alliance positions elsewhere in the sector, begin quietly distancing themselves from the Astral Claws. Their support continues, but with increased circumspection and less automatic acceptance of Huron's strategic directives. The alliance that formed around shared grievances against Imperial bureaucracy begins fracturing as it becomes clear that the Astral Claws are no longer fighting for principles that their allies can support without reservation. Within the fortress monastery, resistance to Huron's increasingly erratic leadership coalesces among officers who recognize that the chapter is being led toward destruction by a commander whose judgment has been compromised beyond recovery. But organizing effective opposition proves impossible, given the surveillance and security measures Huron has implemented. Any gathering of senior officers that might discuss removing the chapter master is immediately reported. Any communication that hints at dissatisfaction draws investigation. The chapter master's suspicions are not entirely unfounded. Loyalist intelligence operations have indeed attempted to infiltrate the Astral Claws, seeking to exploit exactly the kind of internal divisions that Huron's behavior is creating. But the chapter master's response to genuine threats has evolved into paranoia that sees conspiracy in every question and treachery in every expression of doubt. The result is command structure paralyzed by fear, unable to provide the honest counsel that effective leadership requires. Captain Corian, recognizing that internal reform has become impossible, makes the agonizing decision to abandon the Astral Claws rather than continue serving a commander whose orders he can no longer conscientiously obey. He does not defect to the Loyalists, but instead seeks independent position, taking his company to a distant world where they establish garrison that owes allegiance to neither side in the conflict. It is desertion by any formal definition, yet Corian frames it as faithfulness to the oaths he swore, refusal to follow a leader who has betrayed those oaths through his transformation into a tyrant. Huron declares Corian traitor and orders his capture or execution, but the defecting captain has chosen his timing well. The forces necessary to pursue him are committed to defending against Red Scorpion's offensive, and dispatching units to hunt Corian would create operational gaps that enemies would eagerly exploit. The chapter master is forced to accept the loss, but it festers in his mind, adding to his catalogue of grievances and his conviction that everyone around him lacks the strength or loyalty necessary for the great work of defending the sector. The transformation from exemplary chapter master to tyrant of Badab is complete. Lugft Huron, who began his defiance with legitimate concerns about imperial policy and genuine commitment to protecting those under his care, has become something darker and more dangerous. The pride that wounded him when the administratum dismissed his arguments has metastasized into megalomaniacal certainty that he alone understands what the Badab sector requires. The principle that initially justified rebellion has been replaced by personal will to power that recognizes no authority beyond itself. The fortress monastery stands as monument to this transformation, its walls inscribed with new declarations that speak of the tyrant's vision for a sector freed from imperial interference. Warriors who once swore oaths to defend the Imperium now serve a master who openly claims dominion independent of any external authority. The tragedy is not just personal, but institutional. An entire chapter warped by their commander's psychological deterioration, following him into darkness because the alternative means acknowledging that everything they have sacrificed was in service to one man's pride, rather than legitimate principle. The crown sits heavy on the tyrant's brow, though it is metaphorical rather than literal. The weight comes not from gold or ceramics, but from compromised judgment and accumulated errors that have cost thousands of lives and doomed a chapter that once served with distinction. Yet Huron cannot see this, cannot recognize his own transformation, cannot understand that he has become the very thing he once opposed, an authority figure who demands obedience without justification, who treats those under his command as resources to be expended in pursuit of personal vision. The chapter master who once questioned imperial tyranny has become a tyrant himself, and the sector he claims to protect suffers under his rule as much as it ever suffered under administratum exploitation. The irony would be tragic if it were not so complete, so absolute in its demonstration that good intentions without wisdom and humility inevitably curdle into oppression. The warp storms intensify around the Badab sector as the conflict stretches into its 5th year. Navigators report increasing difficulty maintaining stable routes, the Maelstrom's influence expanding beyond its traditional boundaries, as if the great warp rift senses opportunity in the Imperium's self-inflicted wounds. Ships that venture too close to the storm's edges return with crews affected by visions that apothecaries struggle to treat, madness that spreads through vessel populations like contagion. Huron barely notices these developments, his attention consumed by the immediate demands of holding his fragmenting domain against loyalist assault. But others within the Astral Claws recognize the pattern. Chief Librarian Valthex, whose psychic sensitivity makes him acutely aware of warp-side phenomena, understands that something is changing in the immaterial realm, that the Maelstrom itself is reacting to the violence and suffering being generated by the civil war. The librarian attempts to communicate these concerns to Huron, presenting evidence of increased demonic manifestation and warp corruption across the sector. But the tyrant dismisses such warnings as distraction from real threats, suggesting that focusing on spiritual dangers while loyalist forces press their assault represents misplaced priorities. Valthex recognizes in this response the same pattern that has characterized all of Huron's recent decisions, inability to acknowledge problems that do not fit his preferred narrative, dismissal of inconvenient reality in favor of comforting delusion. The corruption spreads through subtle channels initially, not the obvious taint that chaplains are trained to recognize, but something more insidious. Warriors begin reporting dreams of victory achieved through bargains with entities that offer power sufficient to crush the loyalist assault. Some dismiss these as stress-induced hallucinations, products of exhausted minds seeking escape from unwinnable conflict. Others find themselves dwelling on the dream offers, wondering whether forces beyond the materium might provide solutions that conventional warfare cannot achieve. Huron's bionic body begins exhibiting anomalies that tech priests cannot explain through mechanical malfunction. His life support systems occasionally produce sounds that resemble whispers in languages that should not exist. His augmetic components displaying patterns that suggest intelligence behind the technology. When confronted with these observations, the tyrant becomes defensive, insisting that his bionics function perfectly and that suggestions otherwise constitute attempts to undermine his authority. A Mantis warriors delegation arrives at Badab Primaris seeking private meeting with Huron, their ostensible purpose being coordination for upcoming offensive, but their actual agenda becoming clear once discussions begin. The Mantis warriors have observed the same corruption indicators that trouble Chief Librarian Valthex, have seen how the Maelstrom's influence grows stronger wherever the fighting intensifies. They urge consideration of negotiated settlement before the spiritual damage becomes irreparable, before all sides in the conflict become so compromised that salvation is no longer possible. Huron receives these warnings with hostility that reveals how far his thinking has deteriorated. He accuses the Mantis warriors of cowardice disguised as concern, suggests their willingness to negotiate represents corruption that has already taken hold of their chapter. The tyrant proclaims that the Astral Claws will never submit to Imperial authority regardless of spiritual risks, that death in righteous defiance is preferable to life in submission to those who betrayed the sector's defense. The Mantis warriors withdraw from the meeting deeply troubled by what they have witnessed. In consultations among themselves, they debate whether continued alliance with the Astral Claws serves any purpose beyond dragging them down alongside a chapter that seems determined to embrace damnation. The decision to maintain alliance is made not from continued belief in shared cause, but from pragmatic recognition that abandoning the Astral Claws would likely lead to their own destruction as loyalist forces turn attention to eliminating all secessionist elements. The fortress monastery's chapels become sites of increasing spiritual distress as brothers attempt to reconcile traditional faith with the reality of their situation. Prayer services that once provided comfort now highlight the contradictions inherent in fighting fellow Astartes while claiming to serve the Emperor. Chaplain Mordant struggles to provide guidance that acknowledges these contradictions without either validating the tyrant's increasingly megalomaniacal claims or condemning the entire rebellion as heresy. Some warriors find resolution through embracing the tyrant's narrative completely, accepting that Huron's vision represents genuine service to the Emperor, even if it contradicts Imperial institutions. Others withdraw from faith entirely, viewing the entire theological framework as inadequate for addressing the moral complexities they face. A concerning minority begin exploring alternatives, seeking spiritual meaning in concepts that edge dangerously close to the blasphemies the Imperium was founded to oppose. The warp storms reach new intensity, their edges now clearly visible from Badab Primaris' surface as roiling masses of impossible colors that fill the night sky with displays that hurt to observe. Civilian populations across the 17 worlds that remain under Astral Claws control experience epidemic of nightmares and visions, psychological disturbances that overwhelm what medical facilities can provide. Suicide rates spike, madness spreads, social cohesion that survived years of warfare begins fracturing under spiritual assault that offers no obvious defense. Huron responds to these developments by increasing fortification efforts and cracking down on any expression of doubt or despair among the civilian population. Public executions of defeatists and traitors become common, the tyrant justifying such measures as necessary to maintain morale in dire circumstances. That these executions often target individuals whose only crime was expressing reasonable fear about obviously deteriorating conditions does not register as problematic in Huron's thinking. He sees only enemies and the need to eliminate them before their influence spreads. A Red Scorpion's assault penetrates deeper into the fortress monastery than any previous attempt, breaching the outer walls through sustained bombardment that collapses entire sections. The fighting that follows takes place in corridors and chambers where the chapter has conducted daily business for centuries, sacred spaces now defiled by combat between warriors who should be brothers. Astral Claws, defenders fight with desperation, born of understanding that if these halls fall, everything falls with them. Huron personally leads the counterattack, his bionic body moving with surprising speed despite massive injuries from the engagement where he nearly died. The tyrant fights with inhuman strength and endurance, killing Red Scorpions with efficiency that disturbs even his own warriors. His power claw, a weapon that has served him for decades, seems to cut through ceramite armor with ease that exceeds its designed capabilities. His bionic systems regenerate damage faster than they should, restoring function to components that by all rights should require extensive repair. The Red Scorpions are eventually driven back, but not before both sides suffer casualties that would cripple lesser forces. Among the fallen are veterans whose service stretches back before the conflict began, warriors who survived hundreds of engagements only to die in a civil war that serves no purpose any of them can articulate. The apothecaries work frantically to recover gene seed, knowing that each sample lost represents irreplaceable heritage that can never be reconstructed. In the aftermath of this battle, Chief Librarian Valthex formally approaches Chaplain Mordant with concerns he can no longer contain. The librarian has psychically examined Huron during combat, has sensed emanations from the tyrant's being that should not exist in an uncorrupted Astartes. Valthex does not claim definitive evidence of demonic possession or chaos corruption, but he provides enough detail to convince Mordant that investigation is warranted, that the chapter master's condition requires examination by those trained in detecting spiritual taint. Mordant faces the most difficult decision of his service, whether to proceed with investigation that might reveal the tyrant as corrupted, or to maintain loyalty to a commander who has led them this far, despite mounting evidence of compromise. The chaplain understands that either choice carries catastrophic implications. If Huron is corrupted and nothing is done, the entire chapter slides toward damnation. If Huron is investigated and found innocent, the suspicion alone might destroy what little unity remains. If he is found guilty, removing him in middle of war against external enemies would likely ensure total destruction. Before any decision can be reached, the Maelstrom itself seems to answer the question. A massive warp storm surge reaches out from the Great Rift toward the Badab sector, its tendrils of corrupted reality grasping for the worlds where so much blood has been spilled, where so much hate and despair has accumulated. The psychic scream of this surge is audible even to non-psychers, a sensation of reality itself tearing that sends populations fleeing in panic toward any shelter that might protect against forces that should not exist. Huron stands on the fortress monastery's highest tower as the warp surge approaches, watching the impossible colors and geometries that precede immaterial assault. The tyrant's augmetic eye tracks the phenomenon with mechanical precision, while his biological eye sees something that perhaps only he can perceive. His bionic systems begin resonating with frequencies that cause nearby tech priest's equipment to malfunction, displaying patterns that suggest communication rather than mere interference. The tyrant speaks, though nobody is present to hear his words. He addresses the Maelstrom as if it were a sentient entity capable of understanding and response. His language mixes High Gothic with fragments of tongues that should not be spoken by human vocal cords, his meaning shifting between defiance and entreaty, between rejection and acceptance. The fortress's defenders, watching from below, witness their chapter master conducting what appears to be negotiation with forces that Astartes are sworn to destroy. The warp surge stops at the sector's edge, held back by barriers that cannot be physical, but which nonetheless prevent its advance into real space. The sudden halt is not natural, does not follow patterns that psychers understand should govern warp storm behavior. It appears intentional, as if something in the immaterium has chosen to spare the Badab sector. But that choice, if such it is, carries implications more terrifying than simple assault would have been. Huron returns from the tower changed in ways that defy description. He moves the same, speaks the same, issues orders that follow logical patterns. Yet something essential has shifted. Some final boundary has been crossed. The tyrant who descends is not quite the same entity that ascended. Though none can identify precisely what has altered, the change is spiritual rather than physical, perceptible only to those trained in detecting such things, undeniable once recognized. Chaplain Mordant and Chief Librarian Valthex confer in private, their conversation conducted with awareness that surveillance may capture their words, but proceeding anyway because the alternative is accepting damnation without resistance. They agree that Huron has been compromised, that whatever transaction occurred on that tower has bound him to forces no Astartes should acknowledge. The question is, what can be done about it? How to save a chapter whose leader has made deals with darkness, whether salvation is even possible at this point. Before they can act on these conclusions, Huron summons his senior staff for an announcement that changes everything. The tyrant proclaims that he has secured alliance with forces that will ensure the Badab sector's independence from Imperial tyranny. The price for this alliance is unspecified, but the benefits will manifest in power sufficient to crush the loyalist assault and establish the sector as truly independent domain. Those who question this arrangement are welcome to depart, but those who remain will share in glory that awaits. The The declaration splits the command staff visibly. Some officers accept Huron's claims at face value, too exhausted or desperate to question the source of promised salvation. Others recognize immediately that the tyrant has crossed the ultimate line, has made compact with chaos that can only end in damnation for all who follow him. Still others fall into the vast middle ground of uncertainty, wanting to believe that somehow this can work out, that perhaps the Emperor himself guides Huron's seemingly blasphemous choices. Chaplain Mordaunt makes his position clear through action rather than words. He gathers those officers and warriors who recognize the truth of what Huron has become and leads them in withdrawal from the fortress monastery, abandoning the Astral Claws rather than follow their chapter master into corruption. It is not defection to the loyalists, but exodus, a remnant choosing exile over damnation, accepting death with loyalty, intact over survival through apostasy. Huron does not pursue them, does not order their execution or capture. The tyrant simply watches them depart, his augmetic eye tracking their progress with mechanical indifference, his biological eye displaying something that might be regret or might be contempt. The chapter he leads has been purged of those who might resist what comes next, refined through crisis until only the committed or the corrupted remain. The Maelstrom's call has been answered, and the cost of that answer will be paid in ways that none can yet fully comprehend. But one thing is certain: the Astral Claws, who remain in the fortress, are no longer the chapter that entered this conflict. They have become something else, something darker, something that will eventually abandon even their current name in favor of one that better reflects what they have become. The Salamanders arrive with a fleet that dwarfs anything previously committed to the Badab suppression. Their chapter master brings not just warriors, but a philosophical approach fundamentally different from the Red Scorpion's systematic brutality or the Firehawk's aggressive assault doctrine. The Salamanders see the conflict as tragedy, requiring resolution, rather than the heresy, demanding extermination. Their focus on minimizing civilian casualties and preserving what can be saved from the wreckage of civil war. Their arrival forces reorganization of the entire loyalist command structure. The Salamanders' reputation and their chapter master's diplomatic skills give them authority that transcends simple numbers, allowing them to impose coordination on chapters that have been prosecuting individual campaigns without unified strategy. For the first time since the conflict began, the Loyalist forces operate as single coherent entity rather than collection of separate chapter initiatives. The new strategy reflects the Salamander's influence in its restraint and focus, rather than attempt to storm the fortress monastery through frontal assault that would cost thousands of lives on both sides. They establish complete blockade that prevents any resupply or reinforcement. The 17 worlds remaining under Astral Claws control are systematically liberated, their populations evacuated before military action to minimize casualties. It is siege warfare prosecuted with patience and humanity, accepting longer timeline in exchange for reduced bloodshed. Huron receives reports of this new approach with frustration that borders on rage. The tyrant has prepared for glorious last stand, final battle that would vindicate his defiance through martial excellence. Instead, the loyalists deny him that catharsis, choosing to simply wait while his resources dwindle and his position becomes increasingly untenable. It is strategically sound, but psychologically infuriating, robbing the conflict of dramatic resolution that might have provided meaning to accumulated sacrifices. The fortress monastery supplies, carefully husbanded through years of siege, finally begin running critically low. Ammunition reserves that seemed adequate for any conceivable engagement diminish as training and defensive operations continue consuming what cannot be replaced. Food stocks decline despite rationing that reduces even Astartes to minimal sustenance. Power generation struggles to maintain all systems simultaneously, forcing choices about which capabilities to preserve and which to accept as temporarily degraded. More devastating than physical shortages is the psychological erosion that accompanies prolonged siege with no prospect of relief. Warriors who have maintained discipline through years of continuous combat begin showing signs of strain that even Astartes' mental conditioning cannot entirely suppress. Arguments erupt over trivial matters, long simmering resentments surface. The unity that held the chapter together starts fracturing under pressure that has no release valve. The tyrant attempts to maintain morale through increasingly frequent addresses to the assembled chapter, his speeches painting pictures of imminent victory that clash with obvious reality. Huron speaks of reinforcements that will arrive from allies he refuses to name, of weaknesses in the loyalist position that will soon be exploited, of the Emperor's providence protecting those who serve faithfully. But the warriors listening recognize desperation masked as confidence, seeing in their chapter masters grandiose claims the same disconnection from reality that has characterized his leadership for years. The Mantis warriors finally withdraw from the alliance, their fleet departing the sector with explanations that cite operational requirements elsewhere, but which clearly represent abandonment of a lost cause. The Lamenters follow suit shortly after, their chapter master transmitting personal message to Huron, expressing sorrow for how events have unfolded, but acknowledging the continued support serves no purpose except to drag more chapters into disaster. Only the space sharks remain, and their presence seems motivated more by salvage opportunities than any genuine alliance. Huron's response to these departures reveals how completely his psychological deterioration has progressed. Rather than recognizing the pragmatic calculations that drove former allies to withdraw, he interprets their actions as betrayal orchestrated by loyalist corruption. The tyrant proclaims that the Astral Claws are better off without such weak-willed companions, that true strength comes from standing alone against impossible odds. His words might inspire if they were not so obviously divorced from strategic reality. The fortress monastery's outer walls finally fail under sustained bombardment from orbital platforms that the salamanders have positioned with patient precision. The breach occurs not through single catastrophic assault, but through accumulated damage that eventually exceeds even ancient fortifications' capacity to absorb. Sections that have stood for millennia collapse in cascades of rubble and dust, opening gaps through which loyalist forces can finally advance. The fighting that follows transforms the fortress into charnel house, every corridor and chamber contested with intensity, born of understanding that this is the end, that whatever happens next will determine whether the Astral Claws continue to exist in any meaningful form. Huron leads defense personally, his bionic body moving through combat zones with inhuman grace, killing with efficiency that disturbs even hardened veterans. The power claw he wields cuts through armor and flesh as if they were water, his movements displaying speed and strength beyond what his visible augmentations should provide. The Loyalists advance meter by bloody meter, each room requiring assault that costs both sides casualties they cannot afford. Salamander's flamers purge chambers where Astral Claws defenders have fortified themselves beyond conventional assault's ability to dislodge. Red Scorpion's breaching teams crack reinforced bulkheads with melter charges that turn steel to slag. Firehawk's assault marines drop through breached ceilings, attacking from angles that defensive preparations did not anticipate. In the gene seed vaults, apothecaries work frantically to preserve what they can as the fortress falls around them. The chapter's biological legacy is packaged in stasis containers designed for emergency evacuation, each capsule containing genetic material that represents centuries of service and sacrifice. These are prepared for transport to the fleet, to be evacuated if the fortress falls completely, preserving at least the possibility of chapter reconstitution, even if every current warrior dies in the defense. Chief Librarian Valthex makes his final stand in the librarium, defending the chapter's accumulated knowledge with psychic powers that turn the Great Chamber into battlefield where reality itself becomes weapon. The librarian's last transmission speaks of duty fulfilled and oaths kept, of choosing death with honor over survival through compromise. When Salamander's assault teams finally breach his position, they find him surrounded by fallen enemies, his psychic might exhausted, but his loyalty intact to the end. Chaplain Morden's exodus has taken his followers to a distant world at the sector's edge, establishing defensive position that has gone unnoticed amid the chaos of the fortress siege. From this refuge, the chaplain monitors the fortress's fall through communications intercepts and intelligence provided by contacts who remain sympathetic, if not actively supportive. Mordant records everything, understanding that whatever happens, someone must bear witness to how an exemplary chapter was destroyed through pride and poor leadership, how good intentions corrupted into damnation. The tyrant's command center becomes the final redoubt, its reinforced walls and multiple access points creating defensive position that allows Huron to continue directing resistance even as the fortress falls section by section. From here, he coordinates last-ditch counterattacks that slow but cannot stop the Loyalist advance, watches tactical displays that show his domain shrinking with each passing hour, faces the reality that can no longer be denied through willful ignorance or grandiose proclamations. A Salamander's delegation approaches under flag of truce, seeking to negotiate surrender terms that would spare the remaining Astral Claws and allow orderly transition of sector control. The terms offered are generous given the circumstances. The surviving warriors will be granted parole to seek service elsewhere. The civilian populations will be protected. The gene seed and sacred relics will be preserved. It is the best outcome the Astral Claws can reasonably expect. Salvation from total annihilation, if they will only accept that the conflict is lost. Huron receives the delegation in his command center, still wearing armor scarred by countless battles, his bionic systems humming with activity that suggests damage accumulating faster than repairs can address. The tyrant listens to the surrender terms with expression that shifts between rage and something approaching understanding, as if some part of him recognizes the reasonableness of what is being offered, while another part rejects any outcome that requires submission. The response he finally gives surprises the delegation in its apparent acceptance. Huron agrees in principle to the terms, requests brief ceasefire, to consult with his remaining officers and prepare orderly surrender. The Salamanders grant this request, withdrawing from the command center to await formal capitulation that will end the Badab War without further bloodshed. They depart believing they have achieved diplomatic victory that will spare both sides additional suffering. But Huron has no intention of surrendering. As soon as the delegation withdraws, the tyrant orders immediate evacuation of all remaining Astral Claws to the fleet vessels still holding position in orbit. The chapter's most sacred relics are gathered with frantic haste, gene seed vaults emptied, equipment that can be moved loaded onto transports. It is not organized retreat, but desperate flight, abandoning the fortress that has been the chapter's home for millennia in exchange for bare survival. The evacuation proceeds under fire as loyalist forces realize the deception and attempt to prevent Astral Claws vessels from breaking orbit. The space battle that erupts is brief but intense, desperate breakout attempt against blockade that was positioned to contain rather than destroy. Several Astral Claws vessels are crippled or destroyed as they attempt to run the gauntlet, their crews dying to buy time for others to escape. The gene seed transports receive priority protection, their survival valued above everything else, because they represent the chapter's future, if any future remains possible. Huron's flagship, the Tyrant's Fist, takes catastrophic damage from Salamander's lance fire that penetrates void shields weakened by years of inadequate maintenance. The bridge is breached, killing dozens of mortal crew and severely wounding the tyrant himself. Debris from the explosion tears through his bionic systems, ripping away artificial components and exposing organic tissue to void cold and radiation that would kill unaugmented humans instantly. Only his Astartes physiology and the redundant life support systems built into his bionics keep him alive through injuries that should be absolutely fatal. The apothecaries who reach him in the aftermath work with desperate speed to stabilize injuries that defy conventional treatment. Huron's organic components are failing systematically, his augmetic systems damaged beyond field repair, his consciousness flickering between lucidity and delirium. The senior apothecary makes battlefield decision that will define the tyrant's future, rather than attempt conventional healing that will certainly fail. He implements emergency protocols designed for catastrophic damage, integrating whatever technology is available to replace failing organic systems. The result is transformation that turns Huron into something barely recognizable as the warrior he was. His body becomes more machine than flesh, artificial systems maintaining life through processes that blur the line between healing and reconstruction. The armor he wears can no longer be removed fused with bionic implants in ways that make separation impossible. He survives, but the survival is grotesque, a mockery of the transhuman perfection that Astartes are supposed to represent. The surviving Astral Claws vessels make warp translation toward the Maelstrom, fleeing toward the only refuge that remains available to them. The loyalist fleet pursues but cannot match the desperate speed of warriors with nothing left to lose, cannot risk following too deeply into regions where warp storms make navigation suicidal. The Salamander's chapter Master orders cessation of pursuit at the Maelstrom's edges, recognizing that chasing the Astral Claws into that nightmare would likely doom his own forces to fates worse than simple death. The fortress monastery burns behind them, great fires consuming infrastructure that stood for millennia. Smoke rising into Badab Primaris's atmosphere in columns visible from orbit. Loyalist forces move through the ruins with mixture of satisfaction and sorrow, victorious but aware that victory in civil war tastes of ashes rather than glory. They have destroyed a once proud chapter, killed thousands of fellow Astartes, all to enforce compliance with bureaucratic policies that provoked the rebellion in the first place. The Badab sector is secured for the Imperium, its resources once again flowing to Terra's coffers, its administration returned to proper channels. But the cost of that security is measured in destroyed worlds, traumatized populations, and Astartes' blood spilled in fratricidal conflict that served nobody's interests, except perhaps those of the Imperium's enemies who watch the spectacle with satisfaction. The final accounting will show that suppressing the Astral Claws cost more than simply accepting their autonomy would have. That principle proved more expensive than pragmatism. In the command center that was the tyrant's last stand, Salamander's recovery teams discover documentation that tells the story of the conflict from the Astral Claws' perspective. Campaign logs, strategic analyses, personal journals of officers who watched their chapter slide into disaster. The materials will be collected and archived, studied by strategists and historians seeking to understand how exemplary chapter fell so completely, hoping to identify warning signs that might prevent similar tragedies in the future. But understanding comes too late to change what has already occurred. The Badab War is over, its conclusion written not in diplomatic resolution, but in flight and pursuit, in burned fortresses and shattered chapters. The Astral Claws are gone, disappeared into the Maelstrom's depths, believed destroyed or scattered beyond capacity to reconstitute. The Imperium has its victory, hollow though that victory may be. The final siege has ended. What comes after will be written in different ink, in places where the Imperium's authority does not reach, where the Maelstrom's corrupting influence offers powers that desperate warriors might be tempted to embrace. The tyrant lives, barely, and where he goes, what remains of his chapter will follow. But they go as something other than what they were, transformed by defeat and desperate survival into something the Imperium will learn to fear. The warp transition is agony beyond description. The Astral Claws vessels plunge into immaterium without proper ritual preparation, their navigators guiding through tides of chaos that should not be navigated, their Geller fields flickering under strain that was never part of design parameters. Reality dissolves around the fleeing fleet, replaced by nightmare geometries that make mortal crew members scream until their voices give out, until only hoarse whispers emerge from throats rubbed raw. Huron experiences the transition in ways that his brothers cannot share. His extensively augmented body resonates with the warp's energies in patterns that should not exist, his bionic systems displaying behaviors that tech priests cannot explain through mechanical principles. The pain is constant, overwhelming, yet somehow bearable, because it provides focus, grants purpose through sheer intensity of sensation. The tyrant clings to consciousness through force of will that borders on supernatural, refusing to surrender to oblivion that beckons with promises of peace. The fleet emerges from warp space in a region of real space that barely deserves the name. Here, at the Maelstrom's heart, the barrier between material and immaterial has grown dangerously thin, reality itself compromised by proximity to the great warp storm. Worlds exist in this benighted zone, planets claimed by pirates and renegades who have fled Imperial justice, strongholds of those who serve powers that the Imperium was founded to oppose. This is where the Astral Claws must rebuild if they are to survive, where they must forge new identity from the ruins of what they were. The worlds they encounter are horrors beyond normal human comprehension. On one, the atmosphere itself is poisonous with warp taint, requiring sealed environments for any prolonged exposure. Another shows evidence of previous civilization, cities reduced to ruins by warfare, whose nature can only be guessed at from the destruction scale. A third appears almost habitable, until closer inspection reveals mutations in the native life forms, adaptations to environmental contamination that suggest centuries of exposure to forces that warp flesh and spirit alike. Huron claims the most defensible of these nightmare worlds, establishing fortress that will serve as base for the chapter's reconstitution. The construction proceeds with desperate energy, warriors and serfs working around the clock to create infrastructure that provides minimum necessary security. There is no glory in this labor, no satisfaction in accomplishment, only grinding necessity to build something before the Maelstrom's denizens notice the new arrivals and come seeking easy prey. The surviving Astral Claws number less than 300 battle brothers, a catastrophic reduction from the 1,000-strong chapter that entered the Badab War. Gene seed stocks are adequate to rebuild if given time and resources, but time and resources are precisely what they lack. The warriors who remain are those most committed to Huron's leadership, or most compromised by what they have witnessed and participated in during the conflict's final stages. They are not a representative sample of the chapter, but a selected remnant, chosen by the brutal filtering of war and flight. Supplies are critically low, with ammunition measured in rounds rather than tons, with food stocks requiring rationing that reduces even Astartes to hunger they have rarely experienced. The fleet vessels are damaged beyond proper repair, requiring constant maintenance just to remain marginally operational. Communications equipment functions sporadically at best, isolating the refugees from whatever remains of the Imperium they once served. They are alone, in darkness, surrounded by enemies, with no prospect of rescue or reinforcement. Yet Huron refuses to accept defeat even in these desperate circumstances. The tyrant, his body held together by bionic systems that hum with increasingly unsettling frequencies, drives his warriors to continue fighting, to raid and scavenge and steal whatever they need for survival. If the Imperium will not provide, then they will take from anyone foolish enough to possess what they require. It is piracy justified through necessity, descent into exactly the kind of behavior that the Astral Claws once fought to suppress. The first raid's target isolated Imperial outposts at the Maelstrom's fringes, positions too remote for rapid reinforcement. The attacks are surgical strikes designed to capture supplies rather than inflict maximum casualties, though violence remains inherent in operations that give defenders no option but death or capitulation. The Astral Claws take what they need and withdraw before response forces can arrive, disappearing back into the Maelstrom's depths where pursuit becomes suicidal. Word spreads through the regions surrounding the Maelstrom of a new threat, renegade Astartes who strike without warning and vanish like ghosts. Imperial authorities initially dismissed these reports as exaggerations of pirate activity, unable to believe that an entire Space Marine chapter could have survived flight into the Maelstrom and now operates from within that nightmare zone. But the evidence accumulates. The attacks follow patterns too sophisticated for random raiders, and eventually recognition dawns that the Astral Claws have not been destroyed but transformed into something new and dangerous. Huron's transformation continues in ways that the chapter's remaining apothecaries cannot fully document or understand. The bionic systems that replaced his failing organs begin displaying capabilities that exceed their original specifications, operating with efficiency that suggests optimization beyond what mechanical engineering should achieve. His augmetic eye sees wavelengths that should not be visible to any technology, perceiving patterns in reality that others miss. His strength increases beyond even the enhanced parameters of Astartes' physiology, allowing feats that border on impossible. The tyrant attributes these changes to the superior craftsmanship of his new augmentations, to the skill of tech priests working under optimal conditions to rebuild him into a more effective warrior. But those same tech priests whisper among themselves about components that repair themselves, about systems that seem to respond to Huron's thoughts rather than requiring manual activation, about energy signatures that match nothing in their technical manuals. They do not voice these concerns openly because questioning the chapter master in current circumstances would be suicidal, but they recognize what they dare not acknowledge. The Maelstrom's influence is remaking Huron into something that transcends mere mechanical augmentation. Recruits begin arriving at the fortress, not the carefully screened aspirants that traditional Astartes recruitment would select, but desperate individuals drawn by promises of power and purpose. Some are former Imperial servants who have fled from justice or misfortune. Others are voidborn who have never known loyalty to any authority beyond their immediate commanders. Still, others come from populations that have lived within the Maelstrom's influence for generations, their genetic heritage compromised in ways that should disqualify them from Astartes' transformation, but which Huron accepts because beggars cannot afford to be choosers. The gene seed implantation process proceeds with modifications that the chapter's apothecaries would have rejected as heretical under different circumstances. Protocols designed to ensure purity and stability are abandoned in favor of approaches that maximize success rates regardless of long-term consequences. Some aspirants die screaming as their bodies reject implants that have been rushed through processes requiring years of careful preparation. Others survive but emerge changed in ways that extend beyond the normal transformation from human to Astartes, their bodies showing mutations that speak to the Maelstrom's corrupting influence on the very gene seed itself. The new recruits are not Astral Claws in any meaningful sense. They wear the chapter's colors and carry its weapons, but they lack the traditions, the history, the institutional memory that define the original chapter. They are warriors created for a specific purpose, to serve Huron's vision of what his force must become, to survive in the hell where they now reside. The tyrant does not mourn this loss of heritage, does not waste time lamenting that the chapter he leads bears little resemblance to the one he commanded on Badab Primaris. Survival requires adaptation, and adaptation means becoming something that can thrive in environments where the old ways would only guarantee death. The fortress grows as more resources are captured and more labor is impressed into service. What begins as basic defensive position evolves into proper stronghold, its walls reinforced with materials scavenged from a dozen raided worlds, its weapon systems cobbled together from salvaged Imperial and Xenos technology. It is ugly compared to the fortress monastery they lost, functional rather than magnificent, but it serves its purpose of providing base from which raids can be launched and to which raiders can return. Other renegades begin gravitating toward Huron's fortress, drawn by reputation for successful operations against Imperial targets. These are not principled rebels objecting to bureaucratic overreach, but criminals, heretics and traitors who see opportunity in alliance with organized force. The tyrant accepts these additions with pragmatic indifference to their motivations or their moral character. In the Maelstrom, purity of purpose is luxury that survivors cannot afford. What matters is capability, willingness to fight, and loyalty to him personally, rather than to any abstract principle. The force that coalesces around Huron becomes something fundamentally different from a Space Marine chapter. It is warband rather than military formation, bound together by personal loyalty to charismatic leader and shared commitment to raiding lifestyle rather than by institutional traditions or codified doctrine. The warriors wear mixed armor in various colors, their appearance more similar to pirates than proper Astartes, their conduct reflecting relaxed discipline that would horrify the chaplains who once maintained the chapter's spiritual standards. Yet they are effective in ways that formal military structure sometimes is not. The raids become bolder, striking deeper into Imperial space, targeting more valuable objectives. Convoy attacks yield supplies that allow expansion of the warband's capabilities. Assaults on isolated garrison positions provide recruits who can be given choice between death and service to the tyrant. Each success builds reputation that makes subsequent recruitment easier, creating self-reinforcing cycle where success breeds growth, which enables further success. Huron finally abandons the name Astral Claws entirely, recognizing that the chapter died on Badab Primaris, regardless of biological continuity with survivors. The new warband requires new identity that reflects what it has become, rather than clinging to heritage it has abandoned. The name chosen tells the story complete. They are the Red Corsairs, pirates operating from the Maelstrom's depths, bound by blood and plunder rather than by oaths to distant emperor. The tyrant himself undergoes final transformation, shedding even his birth name in favor of title that better reflects his nature. Lugft Huron, chapter master of the Astral Claws, has died as surely as if he fell in battle. What survives is Huron Blackheart, pirate lord of the Maelstrom, commander of the Red Corsairs, living legend whose name will become synonymous with betrayal and damnation. The transformation is complete, the fall total, the descent from exemplary servant of the Imperium to its most notorious renegade written in blood and suffering across a decade of warfare. The Maelstrom has claimed its prize, corrupting a chapter that stood too close to its edges for too long, exploiting pride and desperation to turn servants into enemies. But from the Imperium's perspective, this might have been avoidable catastrophe. If the Administratum had shown flexibility, if loyalist chapters had exercised mercy, if any of the participants had chosen wisdom over rigid adherence to protocol, perhaps the Astral Claws could have been saved before they fell completely. But such reflections are academic now, useless contemplation of roads not taken. The reality is that Huron Blackheart commands the Red Corsairs, that the Maelstrom has gained powerful servants, that the Imperium faces new threat that will plague it for millennia to come. The consequences of the Badab War extend far beyond the original conflict, rippling outward in ways that none of the participants could have anticipated when the first defiant message was sent from Badab Primaris to distant Terra. In the darkness of the Maelstrom, the Red Corsairs grow stronger, their ranks swelling with every successful raid, their reputation spreading across regions where Imperial authority holds tenuous grip at best. And at their center stands Huron Blackheart, tyrant and pirate lord, living monument to how good intentions can be corrupted into damnation when pride overcomes duty, when principle becomes excuse for defiance that serves ego more than any genuine service. The transformation is complete. The fall is total, and the galaxy will pay the price for the Badab War's consequences for millennia to come. Years pass in the Maelstrom's twisted time, decades that might be centuries measured by any objective standard, though such distinctions lose meaning in regions where reality itself has become negotiable. The Red Corsairs grow from battered remnant into formidable force, their numbers swelling to exceed what the Astral Claws possessed even at their height. But these are not Astartes in any traditional sense. Their gene seed corrupted, their loyalties mercenary, their purpose reduced to simple survival and acquisition of power. Huron Blackheart rules his warband with iron will that tolerates no dissent and rewards success with opportunities for further violence. The tyrant's body has stabilized into grotesque equilibrium between flesh and machine, between organic components struggling to survive and artificial systems that seem increasingly divorced from any conventional technology. His appearance is nightmare made manifest, his form more reminiscent of some industrial nightmare than transhuman warrior, yet his effectiveness as commander remains undeniable. The Red Corsairs' raids range across vast swathes of Imperial space, striking targets from the eastern fringe to Segmentum Pacificus. No convoy is safe, no isolated garrison secure, no world at the Maelstrom's edges free from threat of sudden assault. The Imperium commits significant resources to countering this threat, deploying multiple chapters and navy assets to hunt the Red Corsairs. But Huron's forces prove elusive, fading into the Maelstrom whenever pursuit grows too intense, emerging elsewhere when opportunities present themselves. Yet for all the Red Corsairs' material success, the spiritual cost of their existence becomes increasingly apparent to those few among them who retain capacity for self-reflection. The warriors know themselves to be damned, understand that whatever they once were has been burned away by choices made in desperation and pride. There is no path back to the Imperium, no possibility of redemption or restoration to legitimacy. They are outside the Emperor's light now, permanently exiled to darkness of their own creation. Among the Red Corsairs' ranks are former Astral Claws who remember what they were before the fall, veterans whose service stretches back to when Huron was still chapter master rather than pirate lord. These warriors carry particular burden of knowledge, understanding exactly what has been lost and how completely their chapter's original purpose has been betrayed. Some embrace their new identity completely, seeking escape from conscience through immersion in violence and raiding lifestyle. Others endure in quiet desperation, maintaining duty to brothers beside them even as they recognize the fundamental corruption of everything they now represent. One such warrior stands on the Red Corsairs' fortress walls, watching the Maelstrom's endless churning in skies that display colors never meant for human eyes. He has survived the Badab War, the flight into the Maelstrom, the transformation into Red Corsair. His armor bears the crimson and black of his new allegiance, but underneath he remembers when those colors were blue and white, when the tiger claw emblem represented protection rather than predation. His memories stretch back to when Huron was hero rather than tyrant, to when the Astral Claws stood as exemplars of everything Astartes should be. The veteran remembers training exercises conducted with precision, born of centuries of tradition, remembers deployments where success was measured in lives saved rather than plunder acquired, remembers the pride of serving in a chapter whose reputation was built on selfless dedication to duty. He remembers the first disputes with the administratum, when Huron's arguments seemed reasonable and his anger justified. The bureaucrats truly were squeezing the sector beyond sustainable levels, demanding resources that would undermine the defenses they were meant to support. The chapter master's defiance appeared principled then, a necessary stand against policies that served accounting better than strategic reality. But somewhere along that path, something changed. The veteran cannot identify the precise moment when legitimate grievance curdled into prideful defiance, when protecting the sector transformed into asserting personal dominion, when Huron's leadership shifted from service to tyranny. Perhaps there was no single moment, but rather gradual erosion, each decision slightly more extreme than the last, accumulating into transformation so complete that the ending bore no resemblance to the beginning. He remembers the first battles against other Astartes, the shock and horror of turning weapons on brothers who should have been allies. He remembers watching friends die in civil war that served no purpose any of them could articulate. Remembers recovering gene seed from warriors who fell defending positions that could not be held and should not have been contested. He remembers the gradual realization that they were not heroes resisting oppression, but rebels destroying themselves through prideful refusal to compromise. The veteran remembers the fortress monastery's fall, the desperate flight into the Maelstrom, the transformation from Astral Claws into Red Corsairs. Each stage of descent is etched in his memory with clarity that will not fade even if he wishes for the mercy of forgetting. He participated in that descent, followed Huron through every disastrous decision, chose loyalty to his chapter master over the increasingly obvious recognition that Huron was leading them into damnation. And now he stands on these corrupted walls, serving a pirate lord who has abandoned every principle that once justified the original defiance. The Red Corsairs raid not to protect anyone, but to enrich themselves, not to resist injustice, but to inflict it on those too weak to defend against them. Huron Blackheart is not liberator but oppressor, not defender but predator, not hero but villain in any honest telling of the tale. Yet the veteran continues to serve, continues to follow orders, continues to participate in raids that he knows are indefensible by any moral standard. He tells himself that loyalty demands this, that oaths sworn cannot be unsworn, that brotherhood transcends questions of right and wrong. But in honest moments he recognizes these justifications for the self-deceptions they are. He serves because leaving would mean admitting that everything he sacrificed was wasted, because abandoning his brothers would make him traitor to the only community that remains, because confronting the full horror of what he has become would require courage he does not possess. The price of pride is paid not just by those who fell, but by those who survived to witness the consequences of their choices. Huron paid in his transformation from exemplary commander to corrupted tyrant, his body and soul warped by desperation and the Maelstrom's influence. The chapter paid in its complete destruction, its traditions abandoned, its heritage corrupted beyond any possibility of restoration. But perhaps the highest price is paid by those like this veteran, who must live with knowledge of how completely they failed, how thoroughly they betrayed everything they once believed in. He thinks of Captain Corian, who had the courage to abandon the chapter rather than follow Huron into corruption. He thinks of Chaplain Mordaunt, who led the exodus of those unwilling to compromise their principles. These warriors are declared traitors by the Red Corsairs, yet the veteran recognizes they possess strength he lacked, the willingness to choose principle over comfort, to accept exile rather than participate in degradation. The Badab War's lessons are written in blood and suffering across the veteran's soul. He learned that good intentions without wisdom lead to disaster. The principle without humility becomes fanaticism. That defying unjust authority requires not just courage but careful judgment about when to stand firm and when to compromise. He learned that loyalty to a person can corrupt when that person himself is corrupted. That following orders is not the same as doing right. That sometimes the hardest duty is recognizing when your commander has lost his way. Most devastatingly, he learned that once certain lines are crossed, there is no walking back to previous innocence. The first time you fire on fellow Astartes, the first time you prioritize personal survival over duty to those you swore to protect, the first time you accept compromise with darkness for sake of expedience, you change in ways that cannot be undone. Damnation is not single dramatic fall, but accumulation of small surrenders, each individually justifiable, but collectively catastrophic. The veteran wonders what might have been if different choices had been made at critical junctures. If Huron had accepted the 1-year deferral of tithe increases rather than demanding complete autonomy. If the administratum had shown flexibility in recognizing the sector's unique defensive requirements. If the Firehawks had sought dialogue rather than immediate enforcement. If any of the participants had chosen de-escalation over escalation at any point during the conflict's development. But such speculation is futile. The past cannot be changed and the present is what it is. A former Astral Claw standing watch on corrupted fortress walls, serving pirate lord in the Maelstrom's depths, living with knowledge that he helped destroy something beautiful and noble through choices that seemed necessary at the time, but which, in retrospect, reveal themselves as catastrophic failures of judgment and character. The Maelstrom churns in the sky above, indifferent to human suffering, eternal in its malevolence. It will be there long after every current Red Corsair has returned to dust or been consumed by the chaos they serve. It represents the true victor in the Badab War, the force that benefited from Imperial division and Astartes' corruption, the darkness that grows stronger every time humanity turns its weapons on itself, rather than on the existential threats that wait beyond the light. The veteran turns away from the view, returns to the fortress's interior, where his brothers prepare for the next raid. He will participate because that is what remains for him, because he has nowhere else to go, because the alternative is admitting defeat so complete that it would shatter whatever remains of his sense of self. He is Red Corsair now, damned and corrupted, existing in limbo between the warrior he was and the monster he fears he is becoming. The price of pride has been paid in full. The cost exceeds anything that could have been imagined when the conflict began, destroys not just individuals, but institutions, corrupts not just bodies, but souls. And the tragedy is complete precisely because it was avoidable, because at every step alternatives existed that were rejected in favor of escalation, because pride and principle combined to produce catastrophe that wiser counsel might have prevented. But wisdom came too late, if it came at all. And now all that remains is to endure the consequences of choices that cannot be unmade, to carry the weight of knowledge that everything noble about the Astral Claws died in the Badab War, that what survived is merely shambling corpse animated by Huron's will and held together by shared damnation. The price has been paid. The debt can never be repaid, and the galaxy continues to burn while the Red Corsairs add their own flames to the conflagration. The Imperium records the Badab War as cautionary tale about the dangers of pride and the necessity of absolute obedience to established authority. Official histories emphasize the Astral Claws' treachery, their betrayal of oaths sworn, their transformation into the Red Corsairs as natural consequence of initial defiance. The narrative serves institutional purposes, warning other chapters about the costs of questioning orders or asserting too much autonomy in their assigned sectors. Yet those who actually participated in the war's prosecution carry different understanding, one that cannot be reduced to simple morality, plays about loyalty and betrayal. The Salamanders chapter, Master submits reports to the High Lords that raise uncomfortable questions about the policies that provoked the conflict, about whether the Imperium's bureaucratic rigidity contributed to catastrophe that might have been avoided through greater flexibility. These reports are acknowledged and filed, their recommendations quietly ignored by administrators who lack incentive to question systems that serve their interests regardless of strategic consequences. The Red Scorpions return to their fortresses, bearing psychological scars that will not heal. Warriors who fought with exemplary courage against Xenos and heretics now carry burden of having killed fellow Astartes in numbers that defy easy rationalization. Some find peace through embracing the official narrative, accepting that the Astral Claws were traitors who deserved destruction. Others struggle with recognition that the war was more complicated than simple good versus evil, that both sides contributed to escalation that ultimately served nobody's interests. The Firehawks suffer most visible consequences of their participation. Within a decade of the Badab War's conclusion, the entire chapter disappears during warp transit, their fleet vanishing without trace in accident or incident whose nature remains mysterious. Some among the Imperium's more superstitious elements interpret this as the Emperor's judgment on a chapter that prosecuted the war with particular aggression. Others recognize it as simply random tragedy in a galaxy that produces such tragedies with depressing regularity. But the coincidence is noted, discussed in whispered conversations among Astartes who wonder about cosmic justice. The Lamenter's involvement in the conflict proves catastrophic for their reputation. Already considered unlucky before the war, their decision to support the Astral Claws, even briefly and ambiguously, marks them as suspect in ways that will haunt them for centuries. Future campaigns see them assigned to the most dangerous operations. Their requests for reinforcement or support answered slowly, if at all. Their chapter effectively punished through institutional ostracism that never quite rises to the level of formal sanction. The Mantis warriors face even harsher consequences. Their explicit support for the Astral Claws, their participation in raids against loyalist forces, their prolonged alliance with rebels, all combine to mark them as little better than traitors themselves. Only their willingness to accept penitent crusade, a century of service in the most dangerous war zones without prospect of resupply or reinforcement beyond minimum necessary to survive, saves them from complete destruction. The chapter emerges from this ordeal diminished but technically rehabilitated, though the stigma of their involvement never entirely fades. The Badab sector itself undergoes systematic reorganization designed to prevent future rebellion. The 17 worlds are placed under direct administratum control, their governance stripped from any single military authority. Multiple chapters are assigned overlapping responsibilities for the sector's defense, creating jurisdictional complexity that prevents any single force from establishing the kind of dominance the Astral Claws once enjoyed. It is inefficient by design, accepting reduced operational effectiveness in exchange for reduced risk of another chapter going rogue. The sector's population suffers under this new arrangement. The coordination problems that the Astral Claws' unified command structure, once solved, return with vengeance, response times increasing, defensive gaps appearing, civilian casualties mounting as threats go unaddressed due to jurisdictional disputes and bureaucratic paralysis. The Badab sector is secured for the Imperium, but the people living there might reasonably question whether their lives have actually improved under the new administration. Chaplain Mordaunt and his followers establish themselves on a frontier world far from the Badab sector, founding what will eventually be recognized as a new chapter with distinct identity. These warriors maintain Astral Claws traditions and heraldry, modified to distinguish themselves from the corrupted chapter they abandoned. Their existence is uncomfortable, reminder that not all who served under Huron fell into corruption. The good men made different choices when confronted with the same impossible circumstances. The Imperium tolerates their existence while maintaining careful observation, watching for any signs that they might follow their former chapter master's path. The gene seed question haunts the Imperium's military leadership for decades after the war. The Astral Claws' biological legacy was considered pure and valuable before the rebellion. Their genetic material used to found successor chapters and reinforce depleted lines. But what to do with gene seed descended from a chapter that turned traitor? The debates range across theological, practical, and political considerations, eventually settling on cautious approach that maintains separation between the Astral Claws' heritage and the Red Corsair's corruption, while acknowledging that genetic material itself is not inherently tainted. Some among the Adeptus Mechanicus pursue different inquiry, studying the technological aspects of Huron's transformation with interest that borders on obsession. The tyrant's bionic augmentations displayed capabilities that exceed standard Imperial technology, suggesting either innovation driven by desperate necessity or corruption through a warp taint that mimicked technological advancement. The tech priest's investigations yield disturbing conclusions about the thin line between acceptable augmentation and heretical merger of flesh and demon-touched machinery. the Inquisition conducts its own investigation into the Badab War, seeking to understand not just what happened but why, attempting to identify systemic weaknesses that might be exploited by enemies or that might produce similar conflicts elsewhere in the Imperium. Their findings remain classified, but certain reforms to administratum policies regarding Space Marine chapters suggest that lessons were learned, even if those lessons are never publicly acknowledged or attributed to the Badab disaster. Individual warriors who survived the war carry its weight in personal ways that official histories cannot capture. A salamander who fought in the final assault on the fortress monastery returns to his chapter troubled by memories of killing Astral Claws who died defending positions they believed served the Emperor's interests. He seeks counsel from his chaplains, struggling to reconcile the pride he feels in his service with the recognition that the war should never have occurred, that both sides shared blame for escalation that destroyed a chapter and cost thousands of lives. A Red Scorpion apothecary finds himself unable to sleep without reliving gene seed recovery operations in the war's aftermath, harvesting progenoid glands from fallen Astral Claws while wondering whether those warriors died as traitors or as defenders of legitimate grievances against bureaucratic overreach. The question has no clean answer, and the ambiguity gnaws at certainties that once provided foundation for his service. A former Astral Claws serf, one of thousands who fled the fortress monastery's fall, establishes new life on a distant agricultural world, trying to forget the years spent serving a chapter that descended into rebellion and damnation. But memory will not be denied. In quiet moments, she remembers serving warriors who believed themselves heroes, who genuinely thought they were protecting the sector against unjust exploitation. She wonders whether her service to them was sin that requires atonement or duty fulfilled under impossible circumstances. The Badab War's echoes extend beyond individual experiences to shape strategic thinking across the Imperium's military establishment. Future disputes between Space Marine chapters and Imperial authorities are handled with greater care, both sides showing increased willingness to seek accommodation rather than push conflicts to breaking points. Nobody wants another Badab War, another catastrophic waste of Astartes' blood in fratricidal conflict that serves only the Imperium's enemies. Yet the structural problems that produced the original conflict remain largely unaddressed. The Administratum continues extracting maximum resources from productive regions regardless of long-term sustainability. Space Marine chapters continue operating with autonomy that occasionally conflicts with bureaucratic control. The tension between local military authority and central administrative power persists, awaiting only the right combination of circumstances and personalities to produce new crisis. The Red Corsairs grow stronger with each passing year, Huron Blackheart's reputation drawing recruits and resources that allow expansion beyond what the original Astral Claws ever achieved. The warband becomes one of the Imperium's most persistent threats, raiding across vast distances, corrupting worlds at the Maelstrom's edges, serving as example that attracts other chapters considering rebellion. The Badab War's most lasting consequence is not the destruction of one chapter, but the creation of this enduring threat, legacy of pride and poor judgment that will cost the Imperium dearly for millennia to come. In the deepest vaults of the Administratum, sealed records contain complete accounting of the Badab War's costs, 17 worlds devastated by warfare, billions of civilians displaced or killed, thousands of Astartes dead from multiple chapters, fleet vessels destroyed or damaged beyond repair, gene seed lost, traditions corrupted, trust eroded between institutions that must cooperate for the Imperium to function. The numbers are staggering, almost incomprehensible in their scale. And for what? What was gained that justified such expenditure? The Badab sector's tithes are restored to proper channels, but those tithes will take decades to match what was spent suppressing the rebellion. A traitor chapter was destroyed, but the red corsairs that rose from its ashes are more dangerous than the Astral Claws ever were. Imperial authority was vindicated, but a cost that makes future challenges more likely rather than less. As warriors across the Imperium look at the Badab War and conclude that the Imperium treats its most faithful servants as disposable assets, the echoes continue, rippling through time and space, touching lives that had no direct connection to the original conflict. A young aspirant inducted into a Space Marine chapter hears the story of the Badab War as warning about the dangers of pride. A planetary governor facing unreasonable tithe demands thinks of Huron's defiance and wonders if his own situation might justify similar resistance. An inquisitor investigating possible rebellion sees shadows of the Astral Claws in every chapter that questions orders or asserts too much independence. The war is over, but its consequences persist, shaping the Imperium in ways both obvious and subtle, creating precedents and lessons and warnings that will influence decisions for millennia to come. And at the center of it all stands the cautionary tale of Lugft Huron, who began as exemplary chapter master and ended as Huron Blackheart, pirate lord of the Maelstrom, living embodiment of how good intentions can be corrupted into damnation when pride overcomes duty, when principle becomes excuse for defiance, when the burden of command is carried by a leader who lacks the wisdom to distinguish between legitimate resistance and self-destructive rebellion. The echoes continue, and the galaxy burns,